And call our special called council meeting, a budget workshop to order for fiscal year 26-27. And with that, we're gonna start off kind of focusing our thoughts and intentions around the vision plan that has come from our community. And Miss Rita Berry and Chris Kaler from the chamber are going to help us kind of get focused before we prioritize.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Welcome, and you've been in this building before, so we don't have to review where the restrooms are and all the things, but anyway, you right outside this door and to the right. Just want to thank you for allowing us to be able to, for us to present to you today. We're very excited about the vision plan. It's certainly been in the works now for what seems like a century, but we're very close to the official formal public launch of the plan. And so today, Chris Kaler and I would like to just share with you some additional details. We're here to answer any specific questions. You have in front of you a packet of the 15-year community vision, as well as there's basically a worksheet that identifies each of the goals of the partners involved in the vision plan. So, but I just want to just recap and go back and just kind of walk through and bring us up to where we are today. So, as you know, we started with our phase one, where we had stakeholder engagement. We had we did public survey, 3,200 responses, which was great. We also had some in-person focus groups. We had some one-on-one sessions with our consultants. And in addition to that, we hosted some, they decided that there were some competitive assessments, benchmarking this community against some other communities that was done by our consulting team. And then we did a community vision as far as we hosted some sessions where we brought the community together in some of those town council chambers, as well as in St. George. And from that, we have created a strategic action plan, and we are now in phase 5, which is the implementation support. So just to kind of bring you around, there's some framework. The second one, go skip one more. Okay, so the framework you had, that's okay. So no, that's all right.
All right, I'm done.
So I want to lean in on this slide just real quickly, because this is the work that today, all of that is outlined in the information that you have. But also, I think today you're going to talk about what you're already doing in these areas, as well as what you need to be prepared for. So I do want to just mention to you that for the community vision framework, the vision is that we are rooted in a shared history and distinctive character while growing a more prosperous and livable community. And our guiding principles are working together on shared priorities while respecting the local needs, clearly communicate our vision and how we will activate it, learn from our experiences of those of others and those of others, and then pursue excellence through a shared vision. And so taking all of this into consideration, it was very important for us to get the brand right for this particular vision plan. And there are a plethora of vision plans around. Most communities, I believe they should, if they don't already have a vision plan, but we wanted something very unique and special, especially with the partnerships that we have with the town of Somerville and Dorchester County. So we can go back. So what we have unveiled, what the brand will be.
Say again.
Sorry.
I will choose.
The brand, that's okay. There we go.
I got that.
Okay, so Envision 2047 is what we've identified as the brand for this vision plan. And what's special about that is in the year 2047, the town of Somerville will celebrate their 200-year birthday anniversary. And then it's also important because the county will be 150. So it's something that really does unify, and it's something that will help tell the story of how we got where we are today, and then also leaning in of what we want to, who we want to be in 2047. So, in front of you, you have the.
The big one now?
Yeah.
Okay, because we're gonna show them that.
Okay, that'd be good. So this one, you have in front of you, I think, members of council, the actual 15-year community vision. And today, I want to share with you that this is a more in-depth detail as far as what the goals are for each one of these. It's actually here, sorry.
Challenging them.
I know, sorry, Lenny.
Yes.
Yep. But so the framework, the tree with all the different, the framework is what. Today we'll talk about the thoughtful planning and the goals for each of these particular pillars. And regarding the thoughtful planning, which is the main goal is to promote compact development and expand transportation choices to guide smart and resilient growth. And this is actually this sheet that you have in front of you here will show you some of the tactical steps and the roles that each organization plays in that. And and so one of the things that as far as the town is promote smart resilient growth is implementation needed for land use zoning and related regulatory framework. That is something that they're already doing. And so as we build this out and identify additional opportunities for smart growth in the region, the town will be playing a role in that as well as some of the other partners that you can see that are identified. Did you want to?
No, I just jump in on that again. Ms. Rita said, and Scott just told us a few minutes ago, y'all are working on some of these objectives. So what we're looking to do, not just with a thoughtful plan or whatever it is to try to start getting some stakeholders in that we can meet with, that things that are already in place that maybe just need a little nudge or need some extra support. May not be financial support that we can get the community involved in. Maybe it's a Try to United Way and something that they're working on that they just need a little momentum behind. So truly, we're looking to start anything. We got to build some momentum. So we're looking for some low hanging fruit. So as y'all go through and you're looking at this, and there are things that you're already working on, what can we do to help steer those and get those to keep moving forward, so that we again can start showing successes on our scorecard of what we're taking place and having the community do.
So can I ask a question? Is that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in this, are we looking at this as like a workshop? We're working together and gonna talk about that today, or y'all just going over it and then we're gonna?
So what I thought we would do is after Rita and Chris finish talking, I'm gonna go over the things that you all are pursuing, have pursued and are pursuing in pursuit of the branches on the tree. And then if there are things that you want to add to it, we'll go through that exercise.
Okay.
Okay? But that would be specific to the town and it'll be informative to Rita and her team as well and how we could partner going forward.
Yeah.
If that works, if that's okay with everybody. That was the
That
idea.
sounds good.
Yeah, okay.
So if I will refer back to your worksheet here, it does call out the different partners. The key partners will be, in addition to the town of Somerville, would be Dorchester County Economic Development, the historic districts and boards of architecture review, neighborhood groups, homeowners association, Somerville Drain, and then of course, the work that you do through economic development. There's also a call for proactively plan for future infrastructure needs. And again, some of the same partnerships as well as the BCD COG, the South Carolina Community Development Block Grant. Some of the work that we're looking to attain some grant funding and some partnerships. Some of these organizations are already doing work in these spaces. And so we'll bring them and align ourselves with them and help instead of duplicate efforts, but we'll come alongside them and help them along and help them celebrate once those goals are reached.
Yeah, and I'll add that, everything that on this plan isn't necessarily something that costs a lot of money. So again, if you can look at when you're going through some things that we can focus on that may not be a big financial burden, they are a burden, and Jesse's a little too close for me to probably say this, but again, on this, what Ms. Rita's hitting right now, thoughtful planning. I mean, this is an opportunity, hopefully, that we can, y'all see it as well as I do. Somebody comes in, they've got a plan, they go to the county or to come to y'all to try to annex so they can get something done. And whichever one of y'all takes it on first denies it, and then they go to the other agency and get to do what they want in some semblance. That's not a win, that's somebody is being hurt by that. So how can we make that not happen? And so getting the planning partners together and trying to come up with a plan. And the same as when we were going through this plan, when it's thoughtful planning, it's not just taking a vacant piece of property in the middle of everything and doing something with it, but it's how do we keep people in Summers Corner and that end of town, 61 and to 27 and the 17A area, keep them from having to come all the way into town and burden the roads to come to Target. How do we build an enclave like Nexton is doing over on their side of the interstate? How do we build an enclave or encourage an enclave out on that end of town so that the traffic burdens aren't there? I mean, and y'all know probably more than I do, it's not the work trips that are putting the burden on, it's the secondary, tertiary trips that are where the burdens in the road are. So how can we sit down with the planning people? Yes, that costs staff time, but there's not a big financial burden for that unless we end up having to consult out, a third party to master plan. So.
So, and then the next pillar is the housing options. And looking at the goal there is to encourage a diverse blend of desirable and attainable housing options for current and future residents. And again, there's an expanded worksheet of who the partners are, but the initial strategies are to promote an incremental approach to housing, adopt the next increment of housing to help exist neighborhoods evolve with changing demand. Like, again, we had mentioned, I think in the past, like Granny Flats was one idea in the single family areas or multifamily in a more intensely developed area. Develop attainable workforce housing, attract executive housing development. And these are all things that were called out either from the surveys or public input. And these are the things that the community is asking for. And
which is amazing because y'all know y'all been put over the grill over trying to let some infill happen with cottages going in the back. Yet an overwhelming response that we received is for that kind of infill to take place downtown. But also we got to do something to encourage whatever line you stand on is, we all know if we just, close the gates and nobody comes in, and the housing prices are going to go through the roof, and then we don't have anything affordable for the folks that work at CPW or fire, police, whatever. I mean, it's just gonna, put teachers, just gonna drive them up. So we've got to find a way to massage and growth, smart growth.
And then the third pillar is the vibrant gateways. And the vibrant gateways, the main goal is to create attractive and welcoming instances in the community to make strong first impressions and enhance quality of place. And the initial strategies are create public realms of prime to pump for private investment in public streets and corridors that are visually appealing, support a variety of transportation options, and promote vibrant commercial activity.
Easy. Think 500 North Main, think Interport property. Those are two major corridors in the town. You've got an opportunity right now that you've already signed on to, agreed with, but that are definitely going to enhance two of the primary corridors in the town with 78, 17A. Maybe look at the Bacon Bridge area or 17A down again south. Again, the other part of this is not just it's also to identify space, so you know where you are. Like we had the monument sign for Somerville out in Oak Brook off of Dorchester, which probably needs some work and it needs to be bigger now than it was, personal opinion. But to identify where people are, so when they're coming in, so they sense that they're in Somerville.
And 501 thing was specifically called out as one of the gateways. The next one is this distinctive places, and the goal here is to create and promote places and amenities that make our community a desirable destination to live and play. And the initial strategies are engage in placemaking to create vibrant commercial centers, Develop and connect parks, trails, and outdoor amenities, and enrich quality of life and arts and culture.
Again, these are wins you already have, 500 North Main, Interfor, you're working on the Brownfield project. And the potential for the county library to go over off of Gum Street. You already have some of these wins. We just need to help celebrate them. And any other projects that we need to enhance, to try to push and enhance there. But right there, we've got 3 major projects that are already in line.
And then the next pillar is quality economic growth. The goal is to improve physical sustainability and for wealth building jobs close to home through proactive economic development. And some of the initial strategies are to attract and retain a diverse range of employees in key target sectors, engage in external business attraction, internal business retention activities to grow jobs in target business sectors for which the community has or could have competitive advantage. And also to prepare for long-term commercial industrial site needs, which, that obviously you have a lot of work around that right now with the Interfor property. That's certainly an opportunity for us as well. And then again, we'll draw your attention to the sheet. There are partners that are called out here. And so we'll talk about the next steps on how we'll activate the plan.
Well, and obviously you're talking budget, tax base. We all need these commercial, school district needs commercial, y'all need a commercial. So anything that we can do to encourage commercial is just gonna help everybody.
And the last one is entrepreneurial culture, and what the goal here is to cultivate a dynamic entrepreneurial ecosystem to grow diverse job opportunities and local businesses that enhance place. And the initial strategies are to boost the Palmetto Goodwill has a micro enterprise accelerator program, so coming alongside them to expand that and partner with them to cultivate locally owned businesses that enhance quality of place. We're very fortunate, I think, in the town of Summerville especially, to have a lot of amazing small businesses that are of the entrepreneurial culture. So just to come alongside them to support them and encourage others to come into town and to be there to help support their needs.
And possibly develop an incubator. We used to have one next door here, right?
Yes,
In
yes.
the church. I mean, we have there, everybody's having to drive to Mount Pleasant, right? Is that the closest one? So try to find something to help these small businesses going, but also not just that is, having a guide for people to know, where do they go for the business license? Where do they go to buy the water tap? Where do they go? There's nothing that puts all that together. So we also want to do that to help encourage any businesses that come to town to try to give them a guide as to where they could possibly start with some of these things.
Yes. And there is one more, top tier education, and the goal here is to build a continuum of educational excellence by sustainably funding schools and pursuing an enhanced higher education presence. Some of the initial strategies here are to seek sustainable funding solutions for public schools. I know that's being discussed now, and identify and activate an equitable funding model to provide sustainable resources for both the community's two public pre-K through 12 school districts. Align career-focused programming with business needs to ensure strong connections between existing and prospective employers and education and training provides to help both the business and the individuals thrive. And the last is pursue an enhanced higher education presence in the community, work with Trident Technical College and potentially other education partners to increase post-secondary instruction in the Summerville and Dorchester County communities.
So we are fortunate to have Trident Tech in Dorchester County, in Summerville, down in Oak Brook. But the mayor, Ms. Reed, and I have also met with USC Salkehatchie about potentially trying to have a 4-year program here, so people don't have to drive to Charleston to get an education. There are hiccups through there, nothing that we can't try to get over, but just really quick is no 4-year program comes to any, region without the local technical college having a full say in whether they're gonna let them come in or not. And so I guess that's state code, what, do you remember state funding, whatever it was? But anyway, so there is a challenge that whether Trident Tech will try to roadblock anything from coming in with a 4-year program. But what they've told us in general is they just want first right of refusal. So it's, what is the ask? What are you trying to, what course loads are you trying to, or degree programs are you trying to push that we can't, and let them see if they can find a way to finagle it into their system instead of it going through the 4-year program. But that's conversations that have already taken place. USC Sox seems to be really interested in. They still contact us from time to time to get in. So again, we've already started beating some of these paths down. We just need to try to get some of the hurdles out of the way.
And as you can see, there's a lot of work going on now currently, and the goal is to bring everyone in alignment and to be able to advance on these initiatives and move forward. Just to let you know, you saw that we had a steering committee, we've had public input opportunities. Now the next steps, if you want to do that. Yeah, we have an advisory board that has been identified, and what this advisory board is responsible for will meet on a quarterly basis, bring the stakeholders together, and advance the ball down the field. We know that through the chamber, our current framework, of course, we have different divisions that are opportunities to bring in the stakeholders to bring in the state, this is our advisory board. To bring in the stakeholders to share and to support the work of the vision plan. In addition to that, as I mentioned, that we'll be meeting on a quarterly basis and then communicating out. I know with the through the chamber's power hours and some of the other, and of course, we'll be promoting any opportunities for community engagement that you have, the county has. And then if you wanted the very last slide there, just kind of tells you the next steps as shared with you, the brand. We are, we need to get the endorsement from the town and the county. So at the next county council meeting, we'll be asked to, hopefully vote in favor of the vision plan to advance it. The
Town
town
council
and
and
county.
Yeah,
Instead of,
we'll have this as an endorsement vote for you on the agenda for the April 9th council meeting.
since it is a partnership, we want to make sure that it's seen by the community that we're all in this together. So that will come next, and that will be at the next town council meeting and the next county council meeting. We are creating a vision plan website, and that website will have all of this detailed information. There will also be opportunities to see progress, where you can see progress report. People can go there. We'll post any events or any meetings that are we feel that's important for the community to be involved in, to engage not just the chamber, but also town meetings, and different and county meetings, and just anything that will relate back to the vision plan. But it will be an opportunity for you to engage and to be able to share out, and that we'll be able to share out the progress of moving these initiatives forward. We are planning a signing day, a rollout event that will be a public event. And so stay tuned for that, the date. We're working on the date for that, but that will come. We needed to have the formal endorsement from the town and the county first, and then that will be open to the public, and so we can engage them and share this information. And that's when the website will go live. And then, as I mentioned, we'll continue to give you progress with implementation and the tracking. And our goal is to continue the public awareness of how important this is. It is, I feel like it's such a great opportunity for this community, because a lot of planning, different organizations have their own plans. And you all have a ton of plans, but the county does as well, the chamber does as well, but this is owned by the community. I think that's what's so important. And so our goal is to keep this, keep the community involved. So, Amy?
Yeah, I would just again say thank you for y'all, the support all along the way, definitely financial support to get us where we are now. We still have a little bit of seed money from the two agencies left over that'll help us get going. Obviously, I think the estimate for us, and again, just to get the plan, support the plan, potential consulting fees, that sort of thing, we're about $1 million budget. We did intentionally thankfully, y'all are able to help us with getting where we are now. And we intentionally did not try to go out to any of the business partners to get funding to this point, because we knew that once we got to here, then, and we actually have the website and can have sponsorships and all that, and hopefully recurring money, that y'all have us get to that point. And now we're gonna be looking at those business partners to help support where we are now, or get going.
I'll just end with a quote that was shared, that we continue to share through this process. It was by Rosabeth Moss Cantor. She's the co-founder of Harvard's Advanced Leadership Initiative. Her sentence said, "Change is disturbing when it's done to us, but it's exhilarating when it's done by us." So, and that's really, I think that says it all, basically, that this is something that we all have ownership in. And so we're here to help support, of course, to continue to move this forward, but we're also here to answer any questions at any time, not even after today, because I know you have a full session after this. Anything that we can answer right now?
I mean, this is amazing. Y'all have done a phenomenal job. I do have lots of questions, lots of input. This is probably not the time, because it will probably take up the whole budget.
We'll be glad to meet with you down there.
Yeah, and so we'll chat.
Absolutely. Well, and do understand too that this is a partnership. I mean, it's not just the town, it's not all falling on the shoulders of the town. But it is a collaborative effort. And so we are reaching out to other partners, even beyond our local government partners, to come alongside it, because there's a lot of great work that's being done. And we just aren't aware of it. So why should we duplicate the efforts when we can just, 1 + 1 equals a lot more than 2. So let's maximize that opportunity.
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw, because Sly Small, but Scott is on the advisory board, so you can always contact any of us, but you've got a direct in with Scott to be in the midst of everything.
Council members, any other comments? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you all so much. Sometimes we can't see the forest through the trees. So thank you for kind of getting this work done so that it aligns our visions really around the priorities that our community has. I'd ask our council members to go to page 26 in this handout. There were several different word clouds based on survey results. But this is what the community says they want when they imagine the community in 2030. And if you look at some of those larger words, friendly, communal, safe, beauty, family, great charm. You just look at some of that, that's really what the expectation is. And as we make our decisions, I would like for these thoughts to be in our head. You laughing at some of them, I know.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it is funny. And if you look at the other word clouds, you see some of the challenges that our town faces, and we're trying to bring solutions to that in Envision 2047. I'm really excited for that. So thank you.
I feel like this could have been a workshop in itself almost.
I know, but this will help us kind of focus in on our priorities. Scott, we're gonna kind of go, I guess, read on our agenda.
So,
Current strategies and opportunities that you have already seen us working on.
yeah, so if you'll council turn to your budget workshop FY 27 packet, and we'll just quickly go through some of these things. In pursuit, again, of the priorities that are identified on the tree here, and we'll just start thoughtful planning. We're already working on our comprehensive plan update. We're working on our impact fee capital plan update. Annexations, you are continually supporting the annexation of Donut Holes. The proposed annexation of Creekside and Nexton, I would argue is a good move in pursuing thoughtful planning. That is a development that is going to take place at a much less dense and much more spread out plan currently than what it would be if it is annexed into the town limits. We've talked about that. You've adopted as a council ongoing changes to the UDO last year, this year. You passed last fall a whole bevy of changes to the UDO that were recommended by the tree committee, by the planning commission, and that you approved that gave staff more discretion to make decisions. We want to continue to pursue that. There are lots of things that we already have in mind that we want to propose to you to make the planning process easier. The tree ordinance changes that were made, I mentioned. The Inter 4 redevelopment, you've heard that already. And some of these things you're going to see repeated because they fit, just like Inter 4 fits in all of these categories. The Inter 4 redevelopment is going to be an opportunity for you to shape a major piece of property in town in a way that is attractive and beneficial for the community for a generation. And then ongoing infill development. There are countless examples of where that's taken place across town, and that is thoughtful planning. Housing options. Blackburn Green Apartments in Brownsville, those are great housing options. The Lincoln Square townhomes, those are the ones that are going to be down on Lincolnville Road, the 90 townhomes that you all had the foresight to approve despite some of the challenges that were put in front of you. Again, the Creekside annexation is an opportunity to bring in housing options that we don't necessarily have here in town. And of course, I think about the Nexton multifamily development that's taking place between Sigma and Brighton Park. All of those apartments are going into Nexton right now. They're coming out of the ground with other commercial spaces that are appropriate for that part of town, which is something that we should all be proud of. Vibrant gateways, Maple Street Extension. Bonnie, you're going to one of the hopefully final approval meetings for that project. We still got some challenges there that we'll talk about later on. But that's a major milestone. The Berlin G. Myers Parkway extension and the overpass landscaping, but for the town taking on that responsibility of maintaining that and softening that really hard structure, the overpass, it probably would not have been done. It's already been mentioned, 500 North Main redevelopment is going to be an outstanding gateway. The Main Street Resiliency Project, going to extend that 500 North Main redevelopment all the way down to Hutchinson Square. Already mentioned the Inter 4 redevelopment. We all know what a gateway that is. You've had discussions with Nexton and other partners about potential landscaping on exits 197 and 199. And I forgot to put these in here, and Frank reminded me, the wayfinding sign project we are working on, that is moving along, and that is going to make our gateways much more attractive than they are. And then we just recently hired a planner 2 position, and the gentleman is a landscape architect. So he has experience in that arena and will be able to help us envision these projects as they move forward. Distinctive places. You created the Cultural Arts District and Commission. You partner with Public Works Arts Center and other people here in town. The Flower Pavilion at Short Central that's ongoing right now. It's causing a little bit of angst among the merchants down there, justifiably so. But when that project gets done, it's going to be a great benefit to them and to the rest of the town. Nexton Park, you just had the ribbon cutting on an additional amenity, the disc golf course there, thanks to Amy and Parks and Rec Department. 500 North Main keeps coming back up. Sawmill Center, Roper is coming there. They've added, there's housing that's going to be there, a mix of housing, multifamily, townhomes. Those are coming out of the ground. Roper has added an additional business down, an additional office building down there, and that thing continues to grow and exceed, I think, what the original vision was, which is great. Inter 4 redevelopment, again, it's going to be a distinctive place. And the continual expansion of the Parks and Rec Department's programming provides a distinctive place for our residents to engage with the community and be a part of what's going on there. Quality economic growth. Next in commercial growth, I mentioned it's continuing. Sawmill Center, Inter 4, and then infill commercial development that is resulting from the good things that are happening here in the region. Entrepreneurial culture. We've continually tried to streamline our permitting and approval processes. You've already heard a couple of examples of that. Rebecca and her team have implemented a number of strategies over the last year and a half, 2 years, to make it easier for people to come in and get their permitting. We're working on the website continually to try and make it easier for people to do business. Our partnerships, of course, here with the Chamber and Dream, were the outdoor dining amendments that were made to the UDO specific to the food trucks that'll help them create an incubator, if you will, for hopefully brick and mortar businesses in the future. And then the special events policy changes for Hutchinson Square are a recent example of where we're trying to help those businesses, particularly in Hutchinson Square, by making the events that are coming there quality events that'll be an enhancement to them. I did not put anything in the top tier education since that's really outside of our purview, but obviously you heard from Chris and Rita about the things that we could potentially partner with. Obviously, we have great relationship with the school district. Mayor's been having conversations with Salkehatchie, and we are always interested in figuring out a way that we can get better quality education opportunities for our residents here in town. So these are just some of the things that we identified just real quickly by sort of brainstorming and saying, hey, what are we doing already? What have we done in the last little while? And what is in the works that meets some of the goals that are decorations here on the tree? So I think, Mayor, with that, what you wanted to do was solicit from council other things that you all have in addition to what you've seen. What are some other things that we should, as staff and you, would want to pursue in trying to reach some of these goals and meet some of these priorities that are on the tree?
Yes,
And
sir.
I guess what I would do is go through our little exercise where maybe we take 5 minutes to write down all the things that we can think of, and then we'll just round robin them. You want to do it that way?
That's fine.
Does that work?
Yep.
So everybody will take 5 minutes and write down everything that you want to pursue, and don't worry about which decoration on the tree it applies to. We'll figure that out later.
While y'all are doing that, I emailed all the department heads the slides that are up there, and also they moved the coffee bar to outside this door, because there's a two of us coming in 30 minutes.
Let's do it. We good? All right, we're back on. We've taken our notes and now it's time to have
Okay,
discussion.
so we'll do this round robin style. You know how we do this. Mr. Jackson, if you want to start, give us one.
Yes, amphitheater in Oak Brook, buy the property. They'll get it, most of it donated.
Where would that be?
Right between Jesson Boat Landing and that Chinese, where it goes down the hill. It's gonna be like the other property. We may have to wait 8 years. We'll get it, because he can't sell it. He just doesn't. Yet.
Ideally, some of these things you're proposing won't cost money, but I should have added that at the front, but that's okay. If they do, then that's part of the exercise.
So we're not gonna do anything big.
And so I have a question on process.
All right,
Do you just have one item?
we're gonna do one at a time. Ms. Johnson, you're next.
Oh, well, one in one category,
You throw out whatever you want.
okay. We're on the thoughtful planning slide, right?
You're on anything you want to put up there.
Okay,
We'll figure out where to put them later.
okay, well, I'm then would do one slide at a time, but, one of these items under thoughtful planning, it says development tools to promote high quality growth. I think that's maybe by looking at overlays a little bit more. And then it said flexible transportation network. With more opportunities for walking, biking, rolling transit. I thought about a bike share program.
Oh, like the bike racks?
Yeah, the bike sharing. But I'll just leave it
Okay.
at that. And one thing we're already doing, that I thought would be great for a video for him to do, maybe it was like with the mayor, they could talk about. Some of this that we are doing, the communicate and engage of what we're doing, through all of this would be.
Fertile ground for the town for all kinds of content, for sure, no doubt.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that we can do and should do more of is talk about the things that we are doing. We shouldn't be modest about crowing about the things that we are doing and the successes we're having. So, point well taken. Mr. Ware.
I'd like to see us do, in each individual department, doing a, similar to our CIP plan, a strategic plan over the course of 3 to 5 years that shows their growth projections, including personnel, operational growth increases, salary growth increases projected that would help us plan better for what we're doing right now.
Okay.
As far as our budget's concerned.
Sure.
That way we know where we're going. At years past, we've just kind of put a plan and just stopped. And some departments have done it, others haven't. And it was just be nice if we all saw that from all. I think we're seeing, like in this budget process, we're seeing everybody's looking at, they may be looking at 5 years, but they're presenting it all at us at one time.
Yeah.
And trying to we can only take so much of a bite of the elephant we're trying to chew up. So
Yeah.
that takes smaller bites.
Yep, okay, I hear you, that's. What's sort of the exercise that we've been going through, but in a more. Focused, well, not focused, but yeah, I was gonna suggest you do that, where you're right, we've been trying to do some capital planning, for example, but across the entire organization. But focusing on at the department level, have the department heads do, and I agree, that's a good idea. Okay, Mayor?
I want to revamp or level up our economic development approach. With, obviously, we can use the Chamber and Dream along with us working together on that. But really target the economic growth that we want and where we want it, being very specific. So that we connect our people to what they need and what they want and where they work.
Okay.
So there's less miles on the roads.
And I think some of that work, some of those needs that you're talking about are identified in the vision plan, particularly through the survey results. So we can definitely get more into that. Mr. Matt,
Affordable housing.
okay?
And you can put me down for that, cause
Did I not put
that's on my.
on the housing option?
500 North Lane.
Yeah,
I don't
I
think
forgot,
you
I
did.
meant to put that on the
Walter
list.
Coopers?
What's the name of that one?
You said it.
Blackburn.
I did?
Blackburn
Oh, Blackburn
Green.
Green, yeah,
They're on
that's the affordable housing complex, it's gonna be on the corner of Cedar and 78, great start, but we need more, I agree. The whole region needs more. I don't know if you recently saw, of course, everybody's aware of the Mayor Cogswell's effort to build 3,500 units in 10 years, something like that. Pretty ambitious. Mr. Hall.
I didn't need 5 minutes, I needed about 5 seconds.
Okay.
Because all this is great, no one's gonna care if we don't fix traffic.
Okay.
I believe we have a very competent traffic engineer. Someone who can don't try to write all this down.
No.
Someone who can be the liaison with DOT, help us transfer roads, long range planning. Someone who can go to Chad's meetings, be actually a voting member of PPC. Someone who can make recommendations on traffic calming, which we talk about every single month and not much gets done. Someone who can attend bikes and pedestrians committee meetings. Someone who can help us with some of these roads, we talk about gateways too. Think about the middle of the gateways that we've done nothing to, Richardson. Coming in from town from the west, South Main, obviously coming from the south, Crowley Road, Baker Bridge Road. All those are great opportunities to do something vibrant there as our gateway. But we're handcuffed by DOT on every one of those roads.
Okay.
So fix traffic or nobody's gonna care about anything we do here today.
Your turn again.
Update traffic.
It goes back
Back
to
around.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right, annexation. We have, speaking of those same corridors, we got some significant donut holes. We used to have somebody whose job was to do nothing but to go out and meet with these communities and quantify for them, because why does somebody living in the county off Baker Bridge Road care if they're in the town or not when they get to enjoy all the amenities of the town? Someone needs to actually go out and quantify for them the fact that their homeowner insurance is gonna be cheaper because they're in the town. You got an ISO rating of 1, that the police response is gonna be quicker, that they're not gonna, that the garbage collection is included in their tax bill, and that blah, blah, blah. We can actually quantify why it benefits somebody to move into town. But somebody actually has to put that information together and go out and meet the people. They're not gonna come to us unless they're shopping specific zoning. They're not coming to us.
Okay. We just sent, somebody inquired, a neighborhood HOA or somebody just inquired this week about that. Yes.
So, great opportunity for someone to go say, this is why it makes sense.
Yeah, we sent them the information it's on our website and we can follow up with that. Okay, Mr. Matt?
I really don't have another one, but I will say this, I was talking to Mayor Tewksbury and told him that I would love for the council as a whole to go out into the different communities and host like more of like a town hall where we can kind of work and dig more into the trenches of talking to the people, because I think that everyone doesn't come to town hall meetings, but we can kind of go into the different communities and outreach into the communities to let them meet their representatives and see what they're feeling and wanting.
It's a good opportunity to talk to about things that we are doing.
Right.
For residents as well, they're part of that communication strategy, that vision, that Rita mentioned earlier. Good, Mayor?
As a part of quality economic growth and entrepreneurial culture. Have the chamber set up a subcommittee to review our ordinances along being business friendly.
Oh, thank you.
Identifying opportunities and gaps that may help small businesses either be more successful or new entrepreneurs to take a risk in Somerville.
Okay. I like these things. So there's a lot of things up here that don't cost anything.
Sounds surprising, that's ideas.
We're trying to keep it and stuff, that's also anything.
I'm happy their ideas without a dollar sign. Mr. Ware.
It's kind of echoing what Mayor just said, but staff discretion, and we have staff discretion on our sheet, maybe put the star beside that. Just looking for ways where staff can have more discretion to make decisions to.
Any particular area?
Expedite the planning approval process,
Yeah.
any of those processes that we have in place that may seem cumbersome.
So I've heard pretty broad agreement on this concept from y'all. And I'd like to get some guidance, and I know and I know Jesse's gonna would like some guidance as well from y'all as to when and how we should start that process. I mean, internally, we know that there are lots of things that we have ideas for. But I think I'd like to get some guidance from y'all, not necessarily today, but at some point very soon, as to when you want us to actually start that process and running it through the process to change the UDO in particular.
I think for me, what I need to move forward and to give maybe more feedback is some example of what you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But where I get lost is it's my expertise isn't in that field.
Yeah.
What does it look like?
Yeah.
What does what I'm saying look like on paper with within the UDO? And then how can we comment on that to make sure? In other words, I don't want to change a rule and then make 10 things worse. because
Right.
We change so to fix one problem. So
Well, and Jesse shared with me last week an article in a magazine, in a planning professionals magazine. The last paragraph of that little short article summed up, I thought, quite nicely what it is I have in my head. To answer what you're asking. I'll share that with all of you so that you can see that, and get a feel for what I think I hear y'all want and what we have and where those things will match. So don't want to talk about those things
right.
right now, but definitely going forward. But I guess my question is, this is, is this something y'all want to see from us in May, June, in terms of concepts? Just give me your feedback on that as we go forward.
Absolutely.
From this meeting.
Jesse, you want to go through the UDO like we did before?
No.
No, sir. I'd rather not do 30 feet in the house. Thank you.
I mean, I wouldn't know any other way to do that other than going through the UDO.
No, we went word by word.
Well,
And punctuation.
so just conceptually, what we're talking about is giving the staff more discretion and taking that discretion away from some of the reviewing bodies. Because that, to me, is, in just my observation, is where is the biggest sticking point. And I think Frank will attest to that, and there are a lot of other applicants who get in front of our approving bodies and would have similar comments. So I'll just leave it there. All right.
And I'll echo on that, and just that I think that's a great idea. I think that goes back to some of this. We would need like specific design standards of what we want in the town, and then they do that. But I did have a more aggressive plan for donut holes, and then being mindful of the feeder streets of traffic planning for like Inter 4, 500 North Main. I think a traffic engineer would be great there. I think having a more active preservation society for our historic district. I don't know how we do that at this time, but there's some benefit to that. While we're preserving our historic district, we're also adding some tourist and opportunities there. But those things kind of been mentioned a little bit here and there. One of the really big things is under distinctive places. I think that's a unique area where we've got a state park, town park, we've got these parks, and having connected trails and parks through those town, state, federal parks right there, could create Oak Brook's own downtown district to kind of spread traffic out a little bit better. I think it's a great idea.
Can I sum that up by saying connect Oak Brook more with the town? Is that
Yeah,
fair?
or making it a
different ways?
downtown, yeah,
Okay.
whatever, yeah.
Okay.
And with the parks there.
Also make it more self-contained, maybe?
Right.
Okay. All right.
Going along with Matt's, have DOT upgrade our traffic lights so you don't sit when nobody's at the other three.
Yeah, we've made that request. We can continue to do that.
Yeah, the loops are cut on Main Street right now. So until they reestablish the inductance loops, we're at their mercy. But other areas, sure.
I mean, it's just,
Well, some of the timing assumptions they made 5, 10 years ago are not,
Mapping out.
are not the same timing standards now.
Well, they've told us that particularly along Azalea Square area between BGM and 26, they told us that they are upgrading those and they keep them updated, but the sheer volume of traffic with the new system, you know, I don't
Kimley Horn's conducting a study on that, so it's being looked at in greater
know
detail.
how we verify that or not, but.
All right, I think 2 pages has pretty much everything we need to focus on
Think so?
at this point in time. Oh,
Yeah,
One word,
because
Hold on.
you get too far,
right.
I know, we could speak for days on.
well,
that.
that's correct.
But I think, I think all these things in some way do relate to the tree, right?
Every single one of
Or if they don't, we can figure out a creative way to.
them. No, that every single one of those do.
Right? Couple more.
I have a couple free
Oh,
ones too.
yeah, talk to the school DD2 again about using some of their facilities for some of our activities.
Recreation primarily?
Tennis courts, if we have an event, maybe we can have a gym we can use.
Spartanburg had successful integrations with the school district.
You have more?
Yeah, going back.
Use discretion.
Okay, well, so going back to the affordable housing, I think we need to be more strategic with that. I think it should be focused in the Brownsville area where there's an opportunity zone. I don't necessarily think, where it went was maybe the best place, but I'm glad we're getting it. And that could be accomplished through establishing like a housing authority that doesn't have to be an extensive one, just something where we're focusing the affordable housing, almost you can call it an affordable housing overlay in that opportunity zone area. And then having like our GIS have overlays of where the hub zones are and the opportunity zones are in the town. So that's easily searchable by business owners. So they can see some of these federal tax credit opportunities a little bit easier on the GIS.
Okay. You have one more, you said.
Yeah, we talked about removing roadblocks to development internally, but there's two very large roadblocks externally that will need help of our legislative delegation. One is DOT. It is very, very difficult to get permitted through DOT. Some of these very simple projects. And the other one is stormwater management. Our Department of Environmental Services through the legislation has absolutely weaponized stormwater management. It's the first permit you're going to apply for, and it's the last one you're going to get. And simple things like the coastal zone consistency, which I would defy anybody to talk to an engineer and get a good description of what they actually do. The 8 coastal counties being having different standards than the rest of the state, you know, with the half acre versus 1 acre. But these are things that we need our delegation to help us with. And the town is a delegated review of stormwater, as most municipalities. So either we are delegated or we don't delegate. Someone shouldn't have to submit permits to both organizations.
I just had the same argument the other day.
Let's keep pushing it down.
Exactly.
Yeah, DES is gonna, as you'll see in a little while, is putting a $150,000 bill less on us. We'll talk about that as part of this man's budget in a little while.
If I can just add one more.
That's,
Oh,
yeah, go ahead. Okay.
the, under Vibrant Gateways, the first statement says invest in public streets. I think that is difficult because a lot of the streets are not ours, and I think we should really consider if we want to take over any streets, and I know that's expensive, but we can't, it's hard to invest in public streets if we don't have control over them in terms of stop signs and traffic and various other things. I don't necessarily want to be in the road business, but there has to be some kind of way that we can do this better. So I think some of that might be, we might have to take over 1 or 2 or 3 streets in the town. I'm not sure, but we need to look at that a little bit stronger.
Well, the General Assembly's proposing to put $25 million into a pot of money to entice you to take them. Streets.
Per town.
No.
They've done that once before, right when they cut out the 8 subdivisions.
25 billion probably closer to.
I do have one more, regularly scheduled meetings between us, the county, and the delegation.
That's good.
And DDT.
All right. So we got 3 pages. And that's okay. I know that we need a bio break. We've been at it for an hour 15. Go ahead and take a 5-minute bio break, and then we'll come back and visit this list. the priorities from the council. Scott, we're gonna compile this list and kind of keep it as an ongoing list of items and maybe attach some notes to it.
Yeah, we'll split these up and put them onto their respective branches on the tree. And then keep these in mind as we all go forward. Particularly on the stuff that's not not an expenditure item, obviously, those are things that we can pursue as we implement the budget and other exercises that we are planning to undergo already. So
I think this is the base of a strategic plan
yes,
from a policy standpoint moving forward.
Yeah. yeah. And I will continually remind y'all of this list.
Thank you.
And the decisions you make in pursuit of that or not.
That is why you're here, sir.
How's that?
Okay, well, yes,
So you continually remind him, you need it done.
oh, yes, sir. Yes, that's my job.
That's what I'm here for. You don't have to remind me.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Slack.
So, council, what we'd like to do is, get into the budget. And I will tell you specifically what Rhonda and I need from you today before we leave are decisions on items 5, 6, 7, and 8. We need to know whether or not you want to pursue the changes in the public safety plans that you have been briefed on, and we've got both chiefs here to go over details and answer questions. We need you to decide whether or not you want to offer retiree health insurance and at what level and after how many years, what those criteria, those eligibility criteria are. You've seen that a couple of times and it's in your packet. And then you've had the capital fund list and the general fund capital fund list of wishes from the departments. We need you to identify for us before we leave today, those things that you want to try and fund. And then we will take those priorities, plug them into the budget, and that will help us figure out what our gap is in terms of revenue versus expenditures. And then bring to you at the April meeting, the April budget meeting that we want to have on April the 16th. We'll talk about that more later. We'll bring that budget to you and you can make decisions on what we need to do in terms of cutting from the list, cutting from existing expenditures, or potentially changing revenues. I don't think, and Rhonda, you can correct me if I'm wrong, at this point, it does not appear that we have any more revenue to add. What you have is what you have. And so we want y'all to make these decisions within the bounds that you set for yourself. So that's our ask of you today. I would love to get there. If we don't, then we can keep working and arguing about it all the way through the second reading in June. Okay?
Outstanding.
So
Excited, let's do it.
So with that, I'll turn it over to Rhonda. It's her show from this point forward.
All right.
Well, personally, I hope we're not in the second reading in June when we're still trying to argue about what we're, or discussing maybe what we're doing. You have in your packet, and it's on the screen, kind of an overview of the general fund budget as we are at this point. I realize that you haven't seen each department's budget as far as what their operating expenses are. We typically share those, which we will. We can go over those in April, or we can go over those at a committee meeting, or I can send those out. Obviously, we talked about this for.
Well, let me say about the operating budgets. They have not changed in any significant way.
Yes.
As you all know, your department heads are very frugal and their projections for their expenses are pretty much in line with what they always are. It's these things that we're going to talk about today that are of the most importance to you.
Correct. I was gonna put that in perspective by saying, a total operating expenses of $12 million. If we cut 10%, which would be significant, that's only $1 million. $1 million is a lot of money, but it's not a lot when we're looking at some of the things that we're trying to fund. So, that would be very difficult for a lot of departments to even look for a 10% reduction. So just wanted to put that in perspective. Looking at our personnel, obviously that's our biggest asset in our town. It makes up about 80% of our budget. So those are the things that those are the assets we want to retain. And those are the expenses that we want to pay probably the most attention to as far as our general fund. We do look for ways to take our general fund expenditures and look for other pockets of money that are not in the general fund to fund. We still have a few things we're trying to iron out as far as maybe some things we can move that would free up a little bit of money, but it's not significant dollars. To start at the top, the revenue, we spent a lot of time talking about the revenue over previous meetings, and we're just under 52 million is what we have projected for revenue. Our departmental budgets, the personnel totals 42 million and operations are just over 12 million. We have a deficit, obviously, position before we look at transfers from other funds. That's not unusual from year to year. So we're looking at about 3.4. We have typically transferred about 3.7 from hospitality is what I'm proposing again this year. We get some money from state accommodations of about 75,000. This year, we always fund, but I don't know that I think last year we budgeted, but previous years were not. For Victims Advocate, there's a shortage of operational money that is generated by the court for Victims Advocate. So we have to provide for making that fund whole. So I was actually surprised that the bottom line that we're starting with is not a negative. It might not be a big positive, but it is, it's not. So we have about $252,000 presently that we can look at to fund some of the other things that we're going to look at.
Let me confirm real quick.
Okay.
The personnel expenses that you see here on this chart include most of the new personnel that the departments have requested. Okay.
It does.
So it does include the new positions for the most part, not everybody, but for most of the new positions that were requested, that is included in these numbers.
About how many people did we add to our roster overall?
Not many.
Or do we know what that dollar amount was roughly?
Yes.
So. About 10.
Positions.
I think we changed, more like 7. We changed that right at $500,000.
You want to tell them where those are?
So 1, 2, 3. So 1 in finance, 1 in planning, 1 in police, 4 in fire.
Those are the 3 new bat chiefs
Yeah.
and
There's
somebody else.
additional funds in Parks and Rec. Can't remember how many, maybe 2 people, some part-time.
Okay.
And I believe we determined that Streets was able to fund their additional position out of their existing budget.
Yeah, for parks, I think it was a pest guy and the new program.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe the next park manager.
So those were part-timers? Those were part of the full-time?
No,
Well, the therapeutic program and pesticide were both full-time.
Full-time.
So finance, planning, 4 fire, 1 police, 2 parks.
Yeah. And this number also includes a 3% COLA is in this number that's presented here.
So what's that total come out to?
The COLA is approximately $800,000.
So
And that's everybody, right?
Yes, yes.
yeah, I have to say 3% is not exciting. I mean,
I understand.
that's kind of
Well,
a little bit of a stick in the back.
no, it's just cost of living.
Yeah, the CPI is 2.7% this year, I think. Okay.
Right, tripled that in the last
2.63.
3 weeks.
So that's where we are as far as a snapshot.
So it includes some of the new positions and the 3% COLA.
So taking that, remember, we have approximately $200,000. These are some of the funding needs that we have discussed over the past couple of months. Retiree health coverage. We'll discuss that in more detail later, but I think there are decisions that you need to consider of, how much should the benefit be? And are we looking at 20 years? Are we looking at 25 years? Chris will talk about that later. But those are the, 25 is probably pretty modest. That was what the actuarial study said. But, I can already identify half of that's going to be absorbed by, a couple people that we already know. So that will probably take advantage of that. We have the police and fire pay implementation. We are constantly competing with surrounding agencies. I think we were challenged by Mr. Waring to kind of look around and see what other jurisdictions were doing and see how we compare to that. This is frustrating for me because I like to find long-term solutions to things and long-term funding, and there's not any. This is just something that we have to deal with every single year. And I don't know, any of y'all.
The Joneses are always going to be competing with us, or we're always competing with the Joneses.
Everyone's away.
Yeah.
I have communications because it kind of falls in there as a small dollar amount. I'm not going to spend any time first discussing that particular one. We had operational capital requests that were significant things that really probably needed to be put in everyone's budget. So we'll look at that list again too. Some of those items I think we can fold into a couple other funds. We have constantly been piling on the other funds where they were generating some surplus that we could kind of accumulate. That's diminishing now. So we have to understand that, if we load it up, there's nothing left there for, bigger projects or emergencies that we might like.
Translation, we are squeezing every drop out of every fund that is available to us in a legal way, and there's not much left to squeeze.
Correct. The last item in this list is 5% for remaining employees. Mr. Jackson suggested that, if we did something special with public safety, maybe we looked at 5% pool for remaining employees and divided it by number of employees so that it's an equal distribution. So that's kind of a moving target, but that's approximately what I came up with for that total. So those items total $2.5 million. And that's however many times more than the 200,000 that I have identified as a surplus. So.
10 times.
Yeah. So those are the things that we need to talk about. Any other questions or comments at this point? So again, here I just wanted to kind of put the whole budget together with the ask to show you what we're looking at. We're going to talk about the pay implementations for public safety first. And I was certainly going to give Chief Wright and Chief Melcher an opportunity to talk about their needs and what they're seeing in their respective departments for a short summary. So Chief Wright, if you would like to talk about.
Yes, I noted that Ms. Moore said brief summary.
5 minutes. She already told me.
Yes.
I actually said what expression I was thinking at all, so. I just want to reiterate when we first met, and I just want to thank you all for always saying about public safety. Obviously, one of the branches on the tree is safety, right? But one thing I did talk about was, our starting salary for someone who's just never been a police officer, who's just going to the academy is $50,340. We're the lowest in the low country. That includes North Charleston, Moncks Corner, Charleston Police, Moncks Corner, I'm sorry, Mount Pleasant, Berkeley County, Charleston County, Dorset County, Hanahan, and Goose Creek. The medium for them is 56,700. So we've asked, obviously, for compression, you don't start out a police officer and give them a $6,000 raise or bonus and not move everybody else up because of compression. What I've seen, it's been a utter catastrophe. Other agencies in the low country that have done that in the past. And now people are coming in, making what people have been there for 5 and 10 years are making, and it causes a lot of morale issues, and retention is not well there. So obviously we asked for that. And you're right, it's always keeping up with the Joneses. And we're just grateful that we're able to get what we have. But we also know how appreciative the community is for their law enforcement and fire here. But we're just asking for us to be, comprised and married, brought up to a place where we're keeping up at least the medium. And if to give you an idea, I know we don't have North Charleston money, but someone with no experience going to the academy, they're making $62,831. So that's $12,000 more dollars than we make. And so one thing I think was said on a local news network this morning, wasn't even a talking piece that we gave them on this one part, but they said, if you go to Somerville, you see everybody's police cars, but Somerville's living in the town. And they said, and they all go to Charleston to work down in the Charleston area. So just like I've talked about in the past, gentrification and mortuariums, different things down there where you can't build, and everything's too expensive. Fire, police, teachers, they can't afford to live down there, so they live up here. And they prefer to live up here because of the schools and the safety. But it is a little bit frustrating when I see all these police officers that live here, which to their credit, they live in the town or near the town, but they all, their police cars are from other jurisdictions and driveways. So to that fact, I just think that it should be said that we have a great police department, a great fire department. We're supported, and we appreciate everything you guys do for us. And so I hope you take all this under advisement and consideration. But one thing, and the last thing I'll say is, I know we also ask for dispatch, so I'm advocating for our dispatchers to make more money. But something you cannot do is we asked for 3,000 for them and 6,000 for the police officers to bring us up and bring them up where they need to be. Please do not make a decision to give dispatch more money than a police officer. The last thing I need is someone saying that a dispatcher is making as much, if not more, than a starting police officer for the level of work that they do. It's not to degrade or denigrate the dispatchers. It's just it's not common to see that at entry level where dispatchers make the same or equal to or more than a police or fireman. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I just want to explain this slide a little bit further. We looked at $6,000 times 115 sworn officers for 690,000. If you added the fringe costs to that, that's 890,000. And that's just FICA and retirement. That's not, obviously, they already have health insurance and those kind of things. Already included in the budget is 299,000 allocated to those same officers. So obviously the remaining that we would need to fund this 100% would be $590,000.
Chief, how many vacancies do you have in the police force now?
None. We're full, and we have people waiting to come here that are certified by their agencies. It's the first time we've been like this in a long time. I'm very proud of that. But they will leave. They always do. They see shiny things. If I can go make $3,000 more dollars across the bridge, I'll do it.
Any other questions on this? Move on. So this is a slide for the pay scale that the fire department has proposed. Chief Melcher, if you want to.
Yeah, so this is the full implementation. We didn't piece anything together. This would get us, excuse me, our starting pay where it should be to be competitive, as well as our incumbents as well. Our recruitment and retention is always an issue. But more so for me and the members on the floor is the retention part. We wouldn't have to recruit as much if we were able to retain our members. A couple months ago, I mentioned how many people we actually lost over the years. In only 3 years, we lost 55 people. That's an awful lot. That's more than a shift worth of people for various reasons, more so for more so for pay than anything. That's usually what it comes down to. But I know this is a lofty goal. This is an end goal for us. This is where, like I said, to get full implementation. We could part it up along the way. I know it's $1.2 million is an awful lot, but like I said, that's to get us where we need to be and to remain competitive. Years after, once we get this implemented, it'll only take about $70,000 to keep the plan going. So if we lose someone, and obviously the next person who comes up and takes their spot, it's not going to get paid as much. So, and the more time that goes on, the less and less we'll have to keep, less and less money it'll take to actually fund the plan. So, I certainly appreciate the opportunity for us to talk to you about this. This not only weighs heavy on us as command staff, but the guys on the floor. We do have 17 vacancies on the floor, actually 19. And then we have the 17 recruits that are in recruit school. So all those positions that are not being worked on the floor are being covered by overtime. So some of our guys are pretty tired of working overtime. We don't have to force that many people, which is good. But there was a time there we were forcing quite a few people every single day. So that, if we force somebody, that means they've been away from their family for 72 hours. So we definitely don't like to force people. We try to encourage as much, for those to pick up the overtime, which of course drives our overtime costs up, which we've discussed before. So, like I said, this is full implementation, and this is. Obviously, we're looking for, again, starting salaries as well as the salaries throughout the ranks. So.
Any questions of Chief Melcher? I'll explain this slide. His pay scale has numerous steps based on obviously skills, longevity, degrees. So it's, 17, 18, it's a ton of steps by, certainly by title. The fringes associated with that bring the total to just over $1.5 million. And included in our budget at this point is a 3% COLA amounting to just under $265,000. So net cost to implement this 100% is, I said, just over $1.2 million.
But his full personnel requests are included in the number you've already given.
Yes, yeah, that's correct.
How many openings you have right now, Chief?
Well,
not counting your recruits. I know you have a.
I believe it's 2, but we have another one that just.
Okay.
So 3.
So 3 openings. Okay.
Just for perspective, you add both of those together, the remaining to fund in police and fire, that's $5.5 million. Just for perspective.
Okay, I put together a summary slide, but certainly it states the 2 slides that you've looked at before, and we obviously were charged with coming to you with some options. So the bottom part of this slide, if we were to obviously fully implement it, including communications, we'd be looking at 1.8 million. If we were to say, okay, let's just do 40% of it, we'd be looking at just under $400,000. 50% of it, right at $600,000. So still significant numbers, but significantly less than 100% implementation. The reason there's no communication total under 40 or 50 is that 3% pretty much absorbs what it would take to do that for them.
When are you proposing that these raises take effect? July 1 or January 1?
This assumes July 1.
Yeah, July 1. So
Yep,
is there a scenario where half happens at July 1 and the other half happens at January 1?
we can do that. That's can be an option.
If we get in a real pinch, since this council's not gonna overturn in line with your thought process. Could we do a third July 1, a third January, 33%, and then close it out at the beginning of next budget cycle?
You could spread it over
So
the course of.
So that over the course of 1 year and 1 day, we get all of this implemented
I would,
as the base. So we're elevating over the course of the year.
that's aggressive. I think what Rhonda and I are talking about is doing this over a series of years, fiscal years, not all in one. That's what our thought is, but if y'all want to be more aggressive, then we'll do whatever you agree to
It's
do.
gonna come down to dollars and cents at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But I think to be meaningful, it needs to happen within a 12-month period,
Okay.
however that happens. That being said, we got a lot of this budget to go through.
Right.
Yeah, this is the start.
And we're pretty deep on the water already, so.
Correct.
Right. So consider that. I mean, obviously, don't expect anybody to make a decision right now. And we can revisit that, closer to the end. Is there, well,
Well,
we need to, yeah.
I mean, we need to get a sense from y'all today, as I said earlier, of what are the options that you're gonna need to see in the first draft of the budget, which will be no later than right now. We're planning to have that at the first council meeting in May, or the council meeting in May, first reading. But I mean, the numbers aren't gonna change a whole lot. The revenues are not gonna change a whole lot unless y'all make decisions. The revenue, the numbers you have in front of you are not going to change unless we get decisions from you to change those numbers. Does that make sense?
Right.
My rough calculation, if we do a full implementation, would be $1,350,000 if we did half at, July 1 and half at, January 1. Cause it'd be half of the 1.8 on July 1 and then half of that on January 1. Is that right?
Just taking 1.8, cutting 2, and the only difference between doing that now is we'll have a better idea of what we look like for projecting for the remainder of the year.
Even pushing to February 1, we start to get tax revenue, but
Yeah,
Really.
yeah, that too.
And it
And
kinda eats up any
it hits the
potential
budget year differently, but then
Right.
it does put an obligation on, on the town for the next year's
Well, that
budget.
just wipes out any potential surpluses there might have been in revenue at the end of the fiscal year, right?
I hope you're right.
Yeah, we've done pretty well with this.
And we
Well,
did.
we have,
Yeah, I
I'll
know,
make a-
yeah.
we have done well with those, but this budget
Yeah,
year
it
contemplates
does.
using that
It does. It does.
traditional surplus.
Right. It does.
And we kind of see what everything else looks like
Sure.
today and can,
Come back to it.
Yeah,
I've got to run a total in my head, so.
yeah.
don't,
Yeah, no,
I know it's a big ask for you to make these decisions today, but totally understand if you want to take more time.
I want to just state that if we can get these implemented, then we put the tools in our department heads' hands to manage from there on a reasonable COLA with, but it's going to take an infusion to get to the baseline.
Well, and I'll tell y'all, and I've told them, don't come back and ask for more until we get this implemented and get it flushed into the system and see if it's gonna do what we expect it or we hope it will do.
You mentioned the thing for me, it's never not as much as keeping up with the Joneses as much as just living in the same neighborhood as the Joneses, because that's what we're doing. We live in the neighborhood with these other agencies that fight for talent for, and our two largest departments that we invest most of our money into. And so, we're constantly investing in those two departments that turn over, and not only is that costs us money to turn over and pay new people, it robs us of the future of those organizations because you don't develop those people that move up through the ranks. So, I think Chief Musgrave was telling me last week, there's a captain that, maybe leaving, and we're talking about adding 3 battalion chiefs. where are we building those battalion chiefs from? You know, if we're constantly turning over that bottom tier that just never develops. And I didn't work in the police department, I'm sure the chief, right, sees the same thing as, because it's typically that bottom tier turnover. That's why this is so important to me to try to solve this problem.
And along those same lines, you know, I have the 5% number, you know, if we're doing significant increases in public safety, which is certainly needed, you know, what's the message we want to send to the rest of our employee base as far as their value and keeping up with, you know, that. So, I don't know exactly what that looks like, but, we can look at some other options, as Mr. Jackson suggested, you know, for that. Any other questions or comments on that? Bless you. The next slide is retiree health insurance, and I will turn it over to Chris Grant to discuss this and give you some things to ponder.
Just briefly, this is the same slide, first of all, to set the stage, the same slide you saw at last month's meeting. Just wanted to put that back up there so you can see. And again, the two scenarios. The first one is with a requirement of 20 years of service with the town. And the second one was 25 years of service. I just have very briefly a few points to make on this. Again, these numbers came from a very competent, very sharp actuarial company. So they built in expected considerations, starting with who's eligible at the current time and dates of hire and ages going forward. So you can have a significant degree of confidence in those numbers, considering that even though at this time, if this went live now, or let's say we project it to 7/1, we have 25 people that would be immediately eligible. But obviously there are different considerations, and part of all those actuarial computations involve things like, well, you know, of those 25, this many people probably have kids that they want to get through to finish high school or finish college, or other considerations. I need to make what I'm making now for another X number of years, which is why, you know, all these different other life things happening with these people, such that it's highly unlikely that all 25 or anywhere close to that many will immediately put in their retirement. That said, there's nothing that absolutely guarantees that some anomaly doesn't happen, and twice as many people as anticipated will go in that first 6 months to a year. And I only say that as a, just be aware from that standpoint. It's just something to consider. Additionally, so as I say, we currently have 25 people that are currently eligible to retire. We have another, over the next 3 years, another 23 will hit that eligibility sometime in the next 3 years. Of the 25 that will be eligible immediately, the breakdown on those is, just to give you an idea, there are, based on their ages, because remember, they age out at 65. At 65, they're required to go on Medicare. Okay, of those 25, 5 of them will be on this benefit that we provide that meet the criteria currently, will be on less than 5 years. Another 4 will be on it between 10 and 14 years. Surprisingly, 9 of those 25 will be on for 15 to 19 years, and another 7 would be on for 20 plus years. There's a reason I'm telling you that, but let me go on to say, remember a minute ago, I said over the next 3 years, another 23 people will hit eligibility for that, again, based on the criteria we're talking about. 11 of those 23 would be on for 20 plus years. I tell you that just because those are a lot of dollars, not that anyone doesn't deserve it, but just considerations for what costs are going to be.
Are you talking about the 20-year or 25-year plan?
That would be the 20, I'm sorry. All of these things I'm throwing out are based on the 20-year requirement.
How many people have retired since January 1 of this year that would be eligible for it?
That would meet the criteria, I believe, 2 at this point, as of today. There's another one pending in another month, so. Just 1 or 2 more quick points. This was asked last time and I didn't have the figure. I was asked the question, what does the employee only, what's the average premium? So overall, we currently have 223 people that have the employee only level of our current plan that we have, medical plan. That average of all of those 223 is $686 a month. Now, it's very difficult to do it exactly because we're all individually related or individually rated, but the biggest driver is age and then a bit with zip code. And I will let you know that a rough calculation of a sampling of the people in the age ranges that would fall into this and meet this retirement insurance criteria comes in at about $840, to where you can safely say that the average premium of that group would be somewhere between $800 and $900 based on current premium rates and so forth. The reason I tell you that is considerations on, and I'll wrap up with this point. There are really 2 things, in my opinion, that have to be considered if you're going to implement this. The 2 biggest things, 2 parameters, where to draw the line on those. One of those is going to be the monthly amount. All of this that we've done has been based on $1,000 a month. That's substantial. It raises the question, do you do $1,000 a month? Do you do $900 a month? Do you do $800? Something, that's just throwing that out as that figure. Again, what you're seeing up there is based on $1,000 a month. The other parameter, especially in light of what I told you, is the number of years. We have a lot of folks in their late 30s and early 40s that are either eligible or on the verge of being eligible. Do you put some sort of age minimum on this? Do you make it no one under 45? You have to be at least 45. Or do you do it with the years of service? Just things to consider, so.
What about if they take on additional new employment and they have benefits? Can they still get on ours, or will they be voided?
What we talked about was that would be void, but there are
Still an unknown though.
there are considerations.
I really want to do this, but I think it's more important to get people their money now so they can live. And we can see how this comes out, maybe instituted in the future. That's something we want to do, but I think the pay now is something we have to do.
Well, I think at this dollar level, we probably do both. My recommendation would be we do the 25-year. That's a no-brainer. If you wanted to push it to 850, I'd be fine with that.
Yeah,
I think the 25 years is the way to go.
I think, I agree with him. I think this is, I do think most people are offering this, pay stuff we need to look at more. Maybe go to 800 or 850 a month, something like that.
Yeah,
Is there a minimum age?
I don't.
well, they have to qualify to be able to retire.
25 years, yeah. Right.
So.
And at 65, then some other stuff.
At 65, they have to go on to Medicare, so they would
So
come
that
off,
this
yeah,
would-
yeah, go.
But
But-
some people retire at 45.
Right, so, yeah, so do you wait until they turn 50? Or do you wait until they turn 55 before you offer them this benefit so that it shrinks that amount of time, that they're actually on the plan to reduce the cost, yeah.
If it was me, I would say 25 years and 800 a month, but
Because somebody could come on at age 18 with the town and retire at 45.
Right.
He's just waiting.
Retire at the age of 45 and be on our plan for 20 years.
Yeah, I think 55 would be, I mean, that's the old retirement age.
You
But
think-
Now it's a
All
lot
right.
higher.
That's up to y'all to
So we're all
decide.
saying different things here.
I think it's such a different perspective on what job they do. You know, you got some people that 55, are you still performing the job that you were hired as an 18-year-old to do? Do you want somebody gonna, when they have the option to retire, but they can't now because we aren't gonna start that premium until they're retired.
We're talking about taking care of somebody who has given 25 years of their life to this town. Some of them. We're gonna run into a burning building and wearing a bulletproof jacket every day.
Or in the,
Right,
and,
Yeah,
I mean,
working in a ditch.
what what happens if that is the scenario and they, at 55, they go to work for another company and they get benefits of that company, because you could essentially retire again.
Well, that's
Yeah.
a decision y'all have to make. If they go, they retire from us and then they go to work at doing another job. Because remember, under the PIBA system, you can't go work for another agency in the same job. Okay, so police officer retires from us and then she goes to another agency. Well, if she does that, she can't draw her retirement and make more than $10,000 a year at her new job. But she goes and gets a new job, she gets full health insurance benefits there. Do we want to continue to give her $1,000 a month or $850, whatever it is, if she's getting insurance through her new employer? So
How do
Me
we
personally,
manage that?
I don't know, please.
Yeah, that, I'm not sure.
That'd be an honor system thing, I think. We'd have to figure that out.
I think it.
But that's the question. That's your
I
question.
agree with that.
Do we
They
let-
get insurance and
If you,
they get insurance from somebody else. So
or
we need to keep.
if I go to work for Home Depot or Amazon gives you health insurance, they say.
And what is health insurance that they are getting?
Well, but they're getting insurance. So, I mean, do we continue to give them do we?
Do you have the option to have any other health insurance? But it's, I guess you have to be a.
I don't know. That's a decision for
For
y'all.
here, this represents 1% of the total in that block of extras.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's not.
1%.
And that's based on the
And it's
actuarial
gonna
data.
Ramp up
It's gonna grow.
Yeah.
in 10 years, maybe the 200, 250. Depending on how it plays out.
I know for me, to
Okay.
keep not voided out when I get insurance would definitely encourage me. I get eligible to retire and go to work somewhere else.
Right,
I mean, that's extra $1,000 a month.
but you don't just get it like that.
No, we would set it up so that it would go into an HSA health savings account so that it could only be used for medical expenses.
Yeah,
We're not gonna cut the employee, the retiree a check for $1,000. Use their discretion.
so then that goes to, if it's going in a health savings account, that's $800 in there, and they do have another job. And they, have a 20% or something deductible, then they could use that $800 if it's in a HSA.
Whatever the HSA laws allow them to spend it on, then they could spend it.
It would probably be in the FSA.
FSA, I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay, so it won't go in
But
health.
very similar.
Right.
Very similar.
Has rules around it, federal rules around what it can be spent.
I don't think we monitor whether or not they get another job if that's health insurance, because number one, we're rewarding a very loyal employee. Number two, we all know health insurance is gonna go up. This is gonna simply supplement whatever else they may have.
Yeah. The other question that we would, and I think you mentioned it earlier, Matt, too. When would you want who's eligible for this at the start? We've had some inquiries from recently retired employees as to whether or not you would backdate it to their retirement date
Well, I think we backdate to January 1. Chris said there were two people
of this year,
who fall within.
of this calendar year.
Correct.
So we're not following a budget cycle. So this is all based on a budget cycle, everything we're estimating. But we'd have to change all these estimates because these are based on we're not on a calendar year, we're based on.
No, that just doesn't
No, it won't.
I don't think it was substantially
The
changed.
dollar gonna be incurred retroactively back to January. Say somebody retired in January, I interpreted it as the benefit would begin in July.
Yes, we're saying if you retire in January 1 or later, but you don't start getting the benefit until July 1. That's what we're talking about.
Council, do I hear a motion to go ahead and make an ask, or do we need more time on this?
We don't need more time on
All
this.
right.
I don't need more time.
I'll entertain a motion.
I think the 25 years is the way to go. I'm willing to. I'm willing to debate the 850 versus 1,000. I do want to backdate it to January 1 of this year.
Well, give me a dollar, make
Go
a
ahead and
motion
set
on
the
a
dollar.
dollar amount so we can give you accurate numbers, please.
Make a motion for $850 per month. Retroactive to January 1 of this year. No minimum age. But they still have to meet all the requirements of PIVA or PORS. What am I leaving out?
That's it.
Okay.
You got it all covered.
It qualify as of January 1 and pay begins on July 1.
July 1.
If they had actually, if someone retired last week. They would, and they're eligible on this, they would pick it up.
Yeah.
July 1.
July 1.
Right, yes. Okay, that's what I thought. And
And if they find another job with health insurance, good for them.
So,
All right, motion in a second. Any other comments, questions?
Yes. So. Can this only be eligible for full-time employees?
Correct.
Okay. And the flexible savings account, that's the pre-tax dollars,
yes,
so. But they're not gonna be getting income but I guess that won't matter. Okay.
we'll have to consult some with with benefit coordinators, but we want to use the same organization that manages ours now, because obviously we do not want this to be an administrative burden for anybody. So if
Right.
that can happen automatically, then into FSA will be,
We would essentially enroll them into our existing FSA as if they were sort of an employee. All of our employees right now are eligible to open an FSA for those pre-tax dollars, and we would just add them to that roster.
yeah.
This is a great retention benefit, I believe. Any other comments, questions, council? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Yes. We know what that.
Decision. I would like to thank Chris and for getting all this information together. It certainly was arduous. And I think did a great job, so.
and you go on a high note, Chris.
Yes.
Yes, by the time we asked him for this, he decided to retire.
Have we been asking for this for a long time, Chris?
I think it's
Yeah.
floated around my 5.5 years.
So. All right, next item on the agenda is capital. I think we alluded to, strategic plan, looking at more than 1 year. Of course, my dream is to have a general fund budget that has some projections for subsequent years. So we're still kind of working towards those kind of goals. This is the same spreadsheet capital projection that you saw at the last meeting. I have in here, a commitment from general fund of $2 million. I have in here a projected lease purchase for a significant portion of the items. I have in here some straight purchases of capital items in this fund. I have most everything, I believe, I will get to the list. I think I left off a couple of items. But again, some of these items can be funded from, other funds, which we may transfer, like from hospitality into this fund to cover some of these items. There's sale of vehicles that are going into this fund. So this is pretty much the same thing. I will call your attention to the engines that were requested that we pushed out into 28 and 29. those in this particular calculation are treated as straight purchases. We would do a lease purchase for probably 5 to 7 years on these particular items. So it would not deplete entirely our capital fund as it looks right now. There are, but this, you know, the way we're looking at the vehicles for the police cars, doing a 4-year, it pretty much caps out. I believe at the, just under 2 million. I don't think the 1.5 million quite captured it all. Right at 2 million for debt service, and that's looking at, you know, roughly 18-ish police cars every year. It's kind of how we put it together. Now, on this particular model, I've tried to incorporate other things, other vehicles that we need, as many things as we can get into the lease purchase that we can get into the lease purchase to try to leverage some of our cash flow.
Is there a list somewhere else of everything in that?
Yes, yes.
Lease
Yes,
purchase?
we're gonna-
Yes.
I just want to call your attention to 2 things. In that first column, it says FY 26 at the bottom. We had budgeted $500,000 for sidewalks. And we have not expended those monies yet, so I kind of reserved that out of fund balance and taken that out of the what's available into the calculation. The same thing with the sale of real estate. I can't remember which property that was that we sold, but we.
With the
Yes.
first piece of the one.
Yes, yes. So we identified last year that we wanted to reserve and sell a real estate as our portion of the public safety complex, kind of our equity outside of bond borrowings into that. So kind of set that aside. So any other sales of real estate that go into this fund will be treated the same way. They'll be reserved so that we can't spend it except for at the end. And I don't plan to use this money until the end. Once we've expended our bond proceeds and our tip monies that we want to, then I'll get to these dollars.
The project we're getting ready to do on Sumter and Laurel. How are we paying for that? Is that a current year or is that, could that come out of this 500,000 we haven't expended?
I think that's just gonna be materials costs, because we're doing
Yeah,
that
it is.
in-house.
Right.
I mean, it's,
Is,
Thermoplastic.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be I'm not worried about. We're funding that out of the operations.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
so you're looking at this 500,000 though, this is from the budget of last year.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
And then the new, there's new in there, there's new for sidewalks, right?
I didn't put any additional, at this point, I didn't put any additional monies for sidewalks. You know, one of the problems that, I mean, obviously, if we're doing something in-house, that 500 might go a ways. But the problem is, I don't think we have enough money to budget for sidewalks.
So.
Well, we've been putting that money towards sidewalks.
Well, let me say this. Part of Mark's request was additional people, I think, and that's incorporated into his operational budget. As we talked about earlier, one of those is going to be another concrete guy, our concrete crew, so that. Again, we're only talking about materials. We're not necessarily talking about having to spend on consultants and engineering. Just like we're having to do with Lee Street, we're gonna do Lee Street in-house. So that our expectation is that this 500,000 is gonna cover the materials cost. And guys, what is that gonna be? What do you think it'll cost to do the Lee Street sidewalk? Just ballpark it.
Probably half of that.
Yeah. Half of the 250. So
Yeah, 2 to 250.
that 500 is in there for Lee Street. Lee Street was gonna eat all that up. So.
I will just,
Yes.
I will say, you know, the first year, a couple years ago, we did 400, then 500 and now we're looking to not do any. Our Bike and Ped Committee is the most active committee we have, and they are bringing constantly items to us. And I get that person can do a lot of those, but as I understand it, they stay pretty backed up, but getting a new person will help that. But there's still there's a lot of needs and a lot of issues in that area. And I am not for removing our 500,000 that we put in the sidewalk and for sidewalks into the budget for the past couple years and removing that even adding someone else, I think that just adds to it. Yes, it is a drop in the bucket, but it still went towards it. We've used it all on projects. And I think that is super important. In fact, the biggest item of our entire budget for me would be that money for sidewalks.
Hold that thought until we get to the end of all the other things that we talked
Well,
about.
I was also gonna mention that as a part of the Main Street Resiliency Project, which has funding associated with it, sidewalks and pedestrian connectivity is a huge part of that project. And we just finished North Maple Street, which is a huge part of our pedestrian connectivity, which we have a claim that we're gonna be discussing today. So it's not that we're not focusing or investing in those items either. I just want to make sure when we communicate with people, we're letting them know, we're telling our story that there's a lot of investment going on in that front as well.
And I'll say that's part of, I hear you, but I don't think the Bike Ped Committee, we are not doing a good enough job of telling the Bike Ped Committee about the things that we are doing. So that they are unaware of a lot of the work that's being done in-house in pursuit of the things that they are identifying with regard to connectivity.
Which they do a fantastic job.
Right.
And Mark's crew is going to be able to really
And-
help implement a lot of the things that they're talking about.
And we need to do a better job of communicating the things that we're doing to them and using that committee. But their eyes are bigger than their wallet, your wallet, I would argue in this case.
And we got the Berlin G too, which goes all the way across town.
Yeah, there's a lot there.
And some of the things like the work that Mark is doing, that really doesn't belong in the capital fund. It belongs in our operations fund. So I know that I believe there's a priority list of the Bike and Ped, I think one of the steps that we need to attach some dollars to those things, because I can't really move. What's the priority and what's the dollar attached to them? Because I would like to move, if I'm budgeting for something, I want to move down a priority list
And
of what's important.
a lot of their priorities are on state roads, which.
Yeah, but
We talked about-
I've got a list of town roads too, and they do too, but are we increasing then their budget other than just one person to be able to order more concrete and striping and all the whatever? I don't know what all's involved, but are we doing that?
We're getting there.
Okay.
Okay, so this is a snapshot of the capital fund. Don't come back to that. I just wanted you to revisit that again. This is the capital request, and I think you have a copy of that. I know this is very difficult to read.
It's a big copy. Just in the staple packet, but there's a.
And there are a couple of, the ones in yellow are the ones that I didn't necessarily put in the capital fund in the math as far as what our budget might fund. And I will just say briefly, the classroom, I'm hoping that Cat may be able to, leverage a little bit of our CDBG funds to fund some of that. So I haven't actually addressed that. And the same thing with, I have the restrooms, 30-part restrooms. I do not have the back football field. Those may be things that we can look at in hospitality or some other things. So I have substantially most of these items in there. But if you want to, we can go through some of the categories. The top section, which is the fire department, the 2 engines. I asked that we fund that in a subsequent year as shown on our the previous slide. The bunker gear, we've been proceeding through replacing that gear, a third. This is the second year, and we'll have a little bit left on that for the next year. Light duty vehicles, I put that in lease purchase so we can replace the vehicles the fire department needs. 18 vehicles for the police department. The green indicates that I have estimated those in a lease purchase.
Let me say something about the police vehicles. We've got those on a 4-year rotation. If, in an effort to try and stretch those dollars, we can change that replacement schedule, depending on, which vehicles they are, but there's a little bit of flexibility there in the future if we need to.
Well, my hope is we finance them on a 4-year and replace them on a 5 to 6 to 7, depending on the wear and tear on the vehicle. It's my.
It was-
The perfect world.
It was 5 years, wasn't it, Chief? Okay.
You said the 300,000 for the classroom is included or is not in the capital?
It's not included in that previous slide where,
All right, I got you. Yep.
but like I say, I recognize the importance of it and I'm hoping we have another avenue as far as funding to take care of that. Portable radios for communications. I think that was the refresh. Was that additional refresh that we did? Yeah. The 485, that is in the capital plan. Town hall brick pavers. I do not have that included in my spreadsheet. Maybe I do. And that's something that from a liability perspective, I do have that included. We've had some trip and falls. GW might attest to that as far as out front of Old Town Hall, the roots are making them uneven and I'm not sure what our solution is, but maybe that's something that was kind of on our radar that might need to be addressed.
That's a lot of money for brick pavers. Where all is that at? Just in front of town hall?
The whole area, the whole plaza and including the sidewalk.
Take out all the roots and reset.
In between the two buildings too.
Yeah.
Not
And
quite
go
big,
in, it
but-
really needs to go up the sidewalk in front of the bank too, is another one in that area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of areas.
The slate is fine.
Yeah.
It's the bricks
Yes.
around the trees and the sidewalks that are made of those bricks.
We can replace some concrete.
Yeah, I mean, we need to do something
They,
different there.
I saw them the other day where they pour concrete and they have a big machine rolls over it
Damn,
and makes it brick.
yes.
Yeah, it's a system.
I thought it was in the road.
We've not asked for any bids on this because we ain't got funding source.
Right.
It's in the dollars for the capital fund, but then there are other demands on the capital fund too. So anyway, just want to,
It's out there.
it's for discussion.
Right.
Next in park, obviously, this is the part that is in the process of being annexed. We already annexed this.
No.
In the process
No.
of being annexed. So Parks and Rec has some needs in connection with this annexation as far as vehicles.
And Amy's budget includes the additional personnel that we would need to activate that park.
2 vehicles there. She has some other equipment that are large enough that I can include in the lease purchase for her department. Below that, she has some bigger capital items. We have talked about the skate park of an estimate of $600,000. I have identified impact fees for the skate park. I will say our annual impact fee income for Parks and Rec is about $300,000. Where we are now.
That's how much is in the fund.
That's about how much our annual average is, a little over 320, 330 is what our average has been since we adopted the new plan a couple years ago.
Cause they don't get anything off of commercial.
Commercial,
impact
no,
fees.
just residential, just residential. So my point
makes sense.
is that even one whole year doesn't give us enough to fund the skate park
Right.
itself. And we have other things in Parks and Rec. I have named it
Yes.
Azalea Park venue.
Yes.
Which is formerly the Cuthbert, because it's not a replacement of Cuthbert, it's basically a new venue. So impact fees will be eligible. But again, being eligible and having enough in the fund is 2 different things. And there's not a significant amount of fund balance left in Parks and Rec. I can't remember what it is, but it's not significant because they get such small dollars. Doty restrooms, I have that slated for hospitality. And as we talk about some of these hospitality items, I just want to say that we have continued to add recurring costs to our hospitality revenue fund. Our revenue doesn't grow at the same pace that our expenses have been growing for the last year. So the margins are thin. We do have a couple $1 million in fund balance. which is great for one-time expenses. But just know that if we were to fund all of these things, we'd be taking a good 30% of that fund balance. And, you know, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. They just need to be big priority items, in my opinion, to do that.
That fund balance, what's the typical surplus at the end of the year for that fund to where the fund balance actually does grow over a year? Is it much?
Which
For
one?
For the
hospitality, it's
How we
it's
got
been
the-
varying, but you know, right now I'm looking at it thinking all the things that we've kind of layered on, it's gonna be close to, you know, break even. You know,
Break even,
we increased our transfer to general
Right.
fund.
Right, yeah.
We have done some one-time expenditures. We've added some personnel, we increased, you know, those personnel need increases as well on an annual basis.
So our fund balance probably won't grow any this year then, what you're thinking.
I'm
Very little.
thinking, yeah.
And then,
We're right about $6.2 million. And that's up from maybe like $6 million a couple of years ago.
couple of years ago, so it hadn't grown much in the last.
It doesn't grow a lot.
And if gas gets to $4+, $5+ a gallon for some sustained period, that will have an effect on those sales taxes, accommodations and hospitality tax.
Ask you, on this sheet, you've got the transfers in at 3.7 million for hospitality. And then you're thinking Doty restrooms, 500,000 in hospitality. Is that Doty restrooms in this? Then there's additional revenue outside of the 3.7 in hospitality?
Oh, she did.
Yes, so there's an entire hospitality budget, which includes the rough 6.2 million in revenue. And then you've got the personnel costs and all the operating costs. One of the things is, you know, some of the events that Amy's department puts on, you know, those kind of things are in hospitality.
Okay,
So
so we're just transferring about half of it.
yeah, because the town, you know, administrative, finance, public safety, everything provides support to the town where
Right.
hospitality tax is generated. You know, we have the legal ability to transfer a portion of those revenues into the general fund to help offset our other costs.
Thank you.
Also on this list are that I do not have a cost, it's not on your printed list, it's on the screen. I do not have cost attached to, I'm sorry, I didn't get to that on this one, are trailhead cameras. I don't have a cost associated with that, so it's not on your printed list.
Well, the estimate that we got last year, or no, 2024 was about just call it $350,000.
seems to be going right.
When we,
Yeah.
on the trailhead cameras, we discussed, I believe it was with Home Telecom. Their program. Lenny, do you remember? They had a program where they had cameras being installed as a part of their. And we asked them to send us some information regarding that program.
Yeah, we got with Ryan Static, I think his name is. He actually is sending a crew either next week or the week after to do a site survey of Hutchinson to do something with the free Wi-Fi there, and we were also gonna look at the trail. I didn't know how much of a priority was the trailhead camera this year or not, so like you can certainly look at it.
Their programming was almost a $0 out of our pocket on the front end. The way I
It's a
understood it.
monthly, almost like a subscription.
It's almost like a subscription fee basis for them. And they do the installation, so.
I'm gonna email everybody again, from Chief, what they sent me, all of the police and calls and issues they've had on the Sawmill branch, Chief. But
Okay.
I can put a camera on my fence.
on the, right here, the Gahagan resurface and the tennis courts you have coming out of Parks and Rec capital.
Yes. Yes, tennis courts at Doty. I mean, I think there's certainly a case that a portion of that could be funded from hospitality. And the same thing with the Gahagan parking lot. I have that in hospitality entirely. The football field, poles and lights. That was the other item that I have in general fund capital that I certainly think a portion of that could be spent from hospitality.
What about the aid tax?
Yeah.
What's eligible for H tax is eligible for A tax, the local A tax. They're exactly the same.
The pot is smaller there, but yes,
Yeah.
that's definitely, we can think about that.
And then if we're talking A tax, the state accommodations tax, the expense eligibility is virtually the same. There's some caveats that on spending that has to be made, but there is no obligation in the statute to use state accommodations taxes for outside groups.
Right.
So the state A tax money that we grant to however many groups, that is not required by the statute. That could be used for expenses for the town related to some of these things. So, yeah. I'm not suggesting that, I'm just telling you that. I'm just making sure you understand that.
Gotta take care of home first.
What amount is that? Does that equate to this year or what
The
was?
state A tax
Yeah.
portion that we give away,
Yeah, was that roundabout number? Year over year?
Couple hundred, we had saved some up, so last year we did
Right,
significantly more.
Right,
So I think generally $400,000.
right, okay.
That's.
I mean, it's money for sure.
yeah, it's
It goes-
real money.
Yeah, it is. It goes towards,
And last year we were fortunate enough to get Amy some money out of that to,
Yeah.
project that was.
Yeah.
Change structures and
Yeah.
visiting.
Yeah.
what? Scott, what are other towns doing similar size? Are they doing similar things with that? A
The
tax
state A tax?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Kind of
they many of them grant that out as well.
Just like we're doing.
How much I can't, as a ratio, I have no idea, but many of them do that.
I think-
In my opinion, to their detriment. That's just my opinion. I'd rather see y'all prioritize and use that for the funding needs that you have first.
Some of those organizations take some weight off of
Sure,
us as a government.
Understand.
So,
but you're funding it.
right, we
So-
are, but we aren't having to hire people to do those jobs too, so. I don't know, I know it's not a wash, but.
Right.
It's, there is,
Well, I'm being selfish.
maybe I sleep better at night by saying that, I don't know.
Right. Yeah, I'm being selfish for your benefit,
Right.
when it comes to that.
No,
Yeah.
As y'all might remember, we had been funding a portion of, the chamber. When I first got here, we were funding a portion of the chamber cost and state A tax, and everything else was coming out of hospitality. And really, they did the same function. So I switched it, and everything for chamber and Dream is coming out of state A tax. We pay them first. That comes out to more than 30%, which is a required amount that we need to pay them. And then everything extra basically is in what we can have the ability to grant out to use for in our own tourism or to give somebody else. So that freed up a little bit of money in hospitality that we already found a way to spend. For good things.
Of course.
Yeah, I noticed from our first budget meeting, I was just looking at it, and here, there are some things removed from the department request. Is that because they removed them, or like y'all removed them in finance, or?
It was a team effort.
Okay.
So as Parks and Rec, a couple things in Public Works, we talked about, a steel frame building to store equipment and some of those things in our Public Works area. Certainly think that's needed.
Just a shed. It's not
Yeah.
gonna have walls.
Yeah.
Right? No walls?
No walls.
No walls, just a shed.
Then-
Have a roof.
So,
We did remove the engineering truck, until we approve the additional position for engineering or for traffic engineer, whoever it might be. We can certainly, add that back. So you've got general fund totals. And if you're doing the math, the $10 million does not equal all the totals across the other 4 categories. Because the 10 million includes 2 engines that I've recommended we hold to another year and a couple other things we held. So I like to make math balance, but that one does not for those reasons.
So this $4 million, is it reflected in the general fund draft budget? In each department?
It's in the capital, most everything is in the capital. There's only a couple items that aren't in the capital fund. So they're either in the capital fund. This projection. And because it's not $400, it's because that lease purchase item, the payment's only $400,000, but it is roughly $2 million worth of equipment and cost.
Do you have the lease payments? I guess that's the one they say on the side, lease payments. Okay. Can I ask, so if we're considering removing that 500,000, because he's gonna have another employee and get more in his budget to do sidewalks.
Well, the 500 that you see on the capital fund budget is included in the budget. That is money that we have not spent from this current fiscal year that is going to roll over.
Right, but it was.
It's not an
budgeted
additional
last-
500,000.
Right,
It's
right.
the same 500.
Yes, it's not for this new budget year. Right, so, and that's already spent with, pretty much with Lee Street.
Well, no. It's 500 that we haven't spent this year that we will include in the upcoming budget. They're estimating 250-ish out of this 500 for Lee Street. And then that would leave you the 250 excess for on other sidewalk
Okay,
projects.
so we'd then pretty much have 250 this year.
Correct.
But if they are not, because one of the items on their request was the asphalt pothole patch, because it's frequently breaking down. And the age, and so if that was on the request, but it's not on this one, so if we are not doing that, does
is.
that?
I don't remember.
Do you
No.
include the patch vehicle in this 150 right here? Or not?
I
No,
don't
it's,
think so.
Okay.
No.
yeah, because it was, they did have 2 debris trucks to replace the 2 older ones. Farmhouse tractors, and then the asphalt pothole patch truck, which was 297, 621. So if we don't replace that, does that also, I get it's asphalt, but does that have, does that work on the side, work and sidewalks and all as well? Did y'all use that in that area?
We use that to basically do pothole patching and repairs where there's sidewalk being replaced near asphalt. We have to patch those areas as well. We used a pothole patching truck probably more than any other asphalt piece of equipment that we have out of town. We do, even with on Ryan's side, Stormwater side, when they have to cut a driveway, we bring the asphalt truck, the pothole patching truck over there to fill that in as well to help them with that. It's out on the street today, working on potholes.
But you're not building sidewalks with the pothole patch
Not
program.
building sidewalks on the pothole.
Okay, so I'm just saying that got removed from the budget, so I guess,
And I may have missed that. But as we were,
okay, because it was in our first.
so yes, I'll make sure. When we were cutting and pasting some of that together, I may have missed that. I apologize.
Mission critical, Mark.
Some things are,
Yeah, I mean,
Is
that's
that
fine.
mission critical?
pretty much, yes. I would say that pothole patch and truck and the debris trucks be mission critical for this year. Probably more than anything else, in my whole department.
And then the debris trucks are not on here, are they? Or is that what the engineering truck is?
What are the vehicles there that you included in that?
Mark, while they're serving for their, how wide of a path can that truck?
I don't think
do?
The pothole patch on the truck, how wide of a path? I mean, wherever you can put it out, it'll do the width of the back of the truck was probably about 8 foot, I would imagine.
It's just for-
But I was.
This is what I'm talking
Would it be cost effective to go like to 12 foot so you can do the asphalt trails that we have?
So the pothole patch and truck is basically a truck that's heated, it has seasonal inside. It fills up the fill it up with asphalt and it has a trough that comes out back with an auger that you can move around and spread asphalt. So can we do that? Yes, if we can drive down it, we can do that. But there's very few paths in Somerville are not covered in trees, so it's hard to maneuver around that kind of stuff.
I was just thinking Sawmill Branch Trail, we pay somebody to pave it, you can do it.
Yes, that would be a lot. That's painful. That would be painful. Honestly, we couldn't do it in-house, even though we have an asphalt paving machine. We don't have the trucks to move that kind of asphalt.
Okay.
We don't have the truck drivers to move that asphalt.
Yeah, you got that.
If both of y'all's departments use that asphalt truck, is that something that can be paid out of the stormwater fund?
It can. I don't know why I don't.
Some of it. So to the extent that we would determine how much Ryan uses it, we could apportion that usage to the stormwater fund. But we got issues in the stormwater fund we'll talk about.
Oh.
So, but.
So this
but-
engineering truck is which one? Is it the two debris trucks?
We're trying to figure.
No,
that's.
Yeah.
That's a pickup, yeah.
Different.
Oh, that's for Miss Bonnie's department.
Pull up on that one, something.
Yeah, if we get a new position funded, they'll need a vehicle.
Can I get this to do on my?
And we don't have extra vehicles laying around. I
I've
got.
got those in there. so I-
We do have extra.
We do have one that's shared already.
Oh,
We don't have vehicles laying around that are serviceable or aren't ready for surplus.
I will get those and, and the cost of those are things that I can easily put in a lease purchase and it doesn't increase the payment as much as taking $300,000 chunk out. So I'll get the answers to those, for sure.
Ron and Scott, what do you guys need from us on these capital funding requests? Or have you gleaned enough from us to provide us our next step? I know this was one of those you wanted some clear action from us.
Is there something that you do not want funding or you want more information on before we fund that's on this list?
Well, let me ask this, Rhonda. What aren't you proposing to fund on this big sheet right now that council would want to fund potentially, and we would need to find a funding source? What
Both the, if we shift the poles and lights to hospitality, I think the recognition that impact fees is not going to fund both the skate park and the Azalea Park venue. I mean, there's no way that we're gonna be looking at $1.2 million in Parks and Rec impact fees.
Those will both.
In the short term.
Those will both be in design
Mm-hmm.
this year. Because we now have the property secured for the skate park, so now that design can begin. And then we had the first conceptual plan discussion on Cuthbert. But we haven't started advancing that design yet either, have we?
We're making progress toward, I would suspect that both would be ready to start construction in next fiscal year.
and when
So,
you
We
say,
just need to hold
But we don't know what
on the Parks and Rec impact fee.
so you're saying don't fund that?
No, I would, no, they definitely.
We just
would.
don't need those impact fees. Let it fill that fund.
We're not gonna build those in fiscal 27,
Correct.
correct?
That's what I just said.
We would be ready to break ground. Yeah.
But we're not gonna
We
build
will
those
not.
before June 30th, 2027. Correct?
June.
It would be unlikely for both, for Cuthbert, absolutely. For the skate park, it's completely possible.
I thought the skate park's ready. Pretty much.
Well, we have to go through the design process, but that's a much shorter process than the Azalea venue.
So we can revisit that at mid-year.
Revisit what are you saying revisit?
Revisit whatever's ready at mid-year. If the skate park's designed, then maybe we look at that and say, hey, how are we performing? Do we have? the
But we
funds?
need to fund one of them, right? So the money
Yep.
is there.
Just need to let them sit.
That,
They're not
Because
ready.
we're not spending the
that
money.
account can sit and it
Yep.
just grows.
So we're not,
With it.
nothing else is using impact fees. Does that mean that like any time in the year, so she can come to us, you know, if it's ready in 3 months and she could come to a finance meeting and say, this is ready. We didn't budget anything in the budget for impact fees and the money's there, so we can vote on it. Without having to do a whole budget, wait till a budget meeting.
Yeah, that's correct.
Sounds good.
To me, Azalea is a higher priority than skate park,
I think that they both.
just in terms of the number of people served by those
That's-
facilities.
The skate park is always crowded. It's been something that people have asked about. I mean, it gets a lot of people and there's opportunity to make revenue from both of those.
Well, what I heard was we'll review the skate park mid-year fiscal year 27. We'll push off the Azalea Park construction until fiscal 28. It ain't gonna be $600,000.
And it's gonna take all year to get designed and.
Yes.
$2.5 million building.
Yeah, there's,
Yeah.
got lots of each, so a lot more 600,000.
I thought they estimated like 1 point.
1.2 to like 1.5.
Remember, you've got 600 in this current fiscal year for design and that we've already budgeted. This would be the other 600, but until we have plans and have some sense of how much more it's gonna be, I think, I wouldn't include 600 in the upcoming fiscal year.
I don't even include anything, just let it sit there.
Right, just leave it off.
Like that, won't do it.
Okay, same thing with hospitality, we certainly have funds available. Dirty restrooms to redo those, 800 to resurface the Cahagan Park. Trailhead cameras, if you want to include those, again, when you're looking at plus 1,650.
Yeah.
You know, a substantial portion of that is gonna have to come from fund balance. To fund those items at hospitality.
It helps out they come out.
Yep. If you want to fund them, one or all or none.
Well, if we're gonna knock the restrooms down, it's, you can need those.
Are we knocking them down?
It's I believe the piping and all that.
Yeah, that's a complete rebuild. Replacement,
Right.
yeah, not even rebuild, it's a complete replacement.
And hospitality.
Can hospitality funds not be able to be used for things like skate park and Azalea Park, or we don't because there's other
We don't because there are other,
funding?
yes. Because the skate park in particular is, and the Azalea Park venue, since they're new, they are specifically available to be funded with impact fees, because only new can be funded through impact fees.
And should we need to, we can certainly do a combination, but
Yeah.
again, we like to try to identify those. You know, maybe we want to save hospitality for the things that don't qualify for impact fees.
And the impact fees have a 5-year sunset. They got to spend 5 years.
3 years.
3 years.
3
3
years.
years.
Yeah.
We didn't have a problem with that.
And you know, and the other thing that we haven't talked about that really, I mean, relates to more fire impact fees is, we've obligated some of that for the public safety complex as far as debt repayment, and new station.
Station 7's
We
gonna,
haven't obligated anything for the new station, but that's certainly on the horizon. That's in the strategic plan.
So personnel for that station.
Yeah.
right.
All right, Scott, Rhonda, did you have? what you need?
So, no, not yet. So all in on the hospitality tax. These capitals request that you have here, let's just call it 350 for the trailhead cameras, though it may not be that much, but let's just put a pin in it. $500,000 for the dirty restrooms and $800,000 for the Gahagan, resurfacing the Gahagan parking lot, which Amy says has to be done, and that's not something that we can do in-house. And that's gonna involve tree removal.
Yes.
I feel like those tennis courts have to be that. They are really bad.
Well,
That's a big, huge, have y'all seen those cracks in those? Those things are. huge.
they're closed right now.
Yeah.
Tennis courts at Doty are closed.
Right.
Two.
So the bid for the 2 courts that are closed closes this Thursday. That will be coming back before you guys next month as an emergency expense. The 550 is for the additional 4 courts out there that are definitely gonna need to be redone. Otherwise, we will have to close those next week as well.
So we'd be out of court.
We would be completely out of court with those.
You can talk to the school.
But the
They're
emergency,
playing in our courts right now.
Oh, well, and I'll. With that being, if we want to reopen them immediately. I can see us having to take this 550 out of general fund balance right now to pay for it.
do
I
we
mean,
have
that's-
the money to do that?
Yeah,
Mhm.
we do.
Just because it's in the fund balance.
It's just a matter of doing it.
It's how fast does that regrow?
Yeah.
But this is 550 on top of what's coming in front of them next month.
Correct, yeah.
So what's that all in is what? 800?
Yes.
So all in $800,000, probably gonna have to come out of general fund balance.
I think that, I think having operational facilities is like, I mean, even more important than the restrooms. If restrooms flush and work, it's better than not having our tennis courts open.
They'll have to run up the street and go to the bathroom.
All of those things.
We use restrooms.
I mean, I feel like we absolutely need the restrooms and the tennis courts should be reopened.
Oh, I hear
Coming from a
I hear-
tennis player, I agree with
I hear,
that.
I hear.
The school district's putting what, 6 courts over at Austin?
Well, they haven't brought us anything yet.
Okay.
They are surveying right now.
Yeah. That's one of the things.
Opportunity to collaborate, that may be really helpful.
So let's do that. Yeah, well,
Or,
I would,
well, we'll continue discussing.
What'd you say?
I was gonna make a motion.
I think that's what we need to hear. Our decisions here.
I mean, could we fix what we have now, this closed? And you say we'll have a year before the other ones are have to be closed?
We won't have a year. No, it'll be early fiscal. I mean, they,
So we're fixing, if we fix 2 now, we'll lose 4. Is that right? Is that what I'm hearing?
yes.
Okay.
I get a lot of complaints on those tennis courts.
What I would suggest is that
Fix
Fix them all.
Fix them all now.
Yeah,
It has to be some
I mean-
savings per contractor to go and do them all.
yeah,
Yeah.
whether it comes out of this current fiscal year by way of fund balance or next fiscal year fund balance, it's coming out of fund balance either way, if you want to fix them.
Will we fix all 3 now? Or all 6
All
now?
six.
Excuse my language.
We can talk about whether we can shift some of that to hospitality, because, you know, Calta matches are played there. That brings people from outside our area there. League matches are played there. That brings people from outside our area. Sorry, Amy.
But from a cash standpoint, paying for it standpoint, it's coming out of fund balance and then we'll
And
just
then we
reimburse.
reimburse.
We'll reimburse general fund balance.
Are they gonna be replaced?
Yes.
Why don't we tear them out? Then we can use impact fees.
No, that's replacement.
You're building somewhere else.
Not if they're
Building
going
new,
new.
I would make a motion that we move to approve trailhead cameras, the Doty restrooms, redoing the tennis courts, and the Gahagan parking lot. That's a motion.
Okay, so and Gahagan parking lot?
I'll second the discussion.
Is that?
So out of what you previously included, those 3 items were not included, so on the capital request,
No, they're here.
well, no, I see them on
They
this,
aren't in the capital.
but they
fund.
aren't in this sheet of
Right,
what you proposed to fund. So
Yeah.
those are gonna be increasing that by that number.
I will add those and then I will, at the top where the revenue is, I will add a line item that says transfer from hospitality fund. So that is the source of repayment for those items.
But can I ask like the expert in the department, like, is that what you feel the need is the most?
My request, given that motion, is I would ask if we could. If I could only do half of the parking lot this fiscal year and still keep the back football field, because those poles are starting to split and lean and. They're gonna have to be replaced. I feel like. The parking lot is a high priority, but if I could do half this year and still include the light from the poles. That's gonna meet that need, and then we could look at doing the other half of the parking lot next fiscal year. And then the dollars stay roughly the same.
Like didn't have parking lot.
I think we can do both.
You go be-
I think we can do both.
Just get it done. Yeah, just get
Yeah,
it done.
because it's gonna.
Yeah.
Cost is gonna be up.
So basically, so that motion is, well, let me just make sure I understand. That is basically everything that Amy has on her capital list, save for the skate park and Azalea Park venue, which we've already said we'll review skate park in mid-year 27. I'm just making sure
In
I,
mid-year 27?
mid-year fiscal 27, be January of 2027.
Plus trailhead cameras, I think she said.
Yeah, no, I've got cameras. Her motion is cameras,
Restrooms.
restrooms, parking lot, tennis courts, and are we gonna add the poles and lights?
And so do I have to, okay, if we have a second, do I amend the motion?
Yeah, amend the
So
motion.
if I can amend that motion to include the poles and lights on the back football field.
Do we have a second?
I seconded it.
All right. Any other discussion?
Are we talking about this as of right now as immediate repairs? Or are we talking about this as far as including in the budget for 27?
I thought it was right.
They're closed.
The tennis courts are closed.
Yeah.
Does it make a difference?
I don't think it's gonna make a difference. Cause what we'll do is pay for it when we can,
All right.
by way of, we'll incorporate, cause we're gonna need time to do these other things. Which is gonna spill into fiscal 27, except for the tennis courts. But that may happen, cause we're gonna have to rebid that to include all 6 courts rather than just the 2.
Okay, pull out your crayons real quick. How are we paying for this?
So that's the issue.
Explain to me like I'm five. Are we using this year's general fund balance? Are we using hospitality? What are we doing?
For the tennis courts, we will use general fund balance.
From this current fiscal year?
Sure.
Just what's in the chicken kill.
Okay. And then we will, as we look, reimburse the general fund balance with any eligible other funds to reduce that now $800,000 hit on the general fund balance.
Well,
It's more
I
than
thought you could do some of that with hospitality.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
Well,
you talking about.
can I?
No,
I jump in?
I'm putting the
What
550
we're
and
giving
650 together.
is
Self-fund.
approval to you guys to include this in the draft budget
Correct.
ordinance
Correct.
that we are going to re-review
Yes,
with funding sources
thank you.
Yeah.
connected to it.
Yes,
Yeah.
And we'll still have 2 readings and a public hearing. on it.
yes.
Yeah.
So we will bring all of this math to you in April. April meeting.
That was,
Yes.
my main question is, because we're talking about 2 tennis courts that are closed right now,
Currently,
and 4 more that are gonna be
correct,
closed imminently.
correct.
So,
That's an $800,000 spend. estimated.
right, yeah.
And we will bring that math to you at your April meeting. We'll figure all this out and reorder this sheet.
So.
Does that help? That helps me.
That's what I wanted us to do.
Thank you, Mayor.
It's not a final decision.
Yeah.
This is the direction.
We just need to know what you want us to spend. Okay, great.
We have an amended motion in
Yeah.
a second.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. And we will take 15 minutes to get organized for lunch. I'm sure everybody else brought lunch, but council has lunch provided according to Miss Beth. And so if we can work, eat at the same time, maybe 15 minutes to grab and sit back down. And I'd ask that we revisit the public safety pay implementation when we get back. Start talking about that, because that needs action. And before that, does anybody want to say the blessing? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and say. Heavenly Father, Lord, we just pause to give you thanks for the day and the opportunity to come together in service of our community, Father. I thank you for the men and women around this table, for all they do. Just ask a blessing over them. Please use the food to nourish us so we may better serve you and those around you. So in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
All right, well, everybody's gonna commit to working through their lunch while we eat. I wanted to start us back because we had some strategic objectives laid out by you. You said you wanted an answer on 5, 6, 7, and 8,
We have those answers,
We're just gonna
except
have
for
the,
5.
except for 5.
So we're gonna start back at 5,
Yes.
and I wanna open it up for further discussion, really from the council. Knowing what you've heard and knowing what we're doing. If you've had some thoughts relative to the implementation of those
I'm trying to get back to the.
pay
budget.
policies.
Starting anywhere?
Well, if you want me to start, I'm happy to.
Well, I'll start, and I'll just kind of let him.
I'm trying to go back
Oh, you going back to slide?
to the budget summary.
Got it.
No.
More? More back?
Yes, sir.
To me, this
You
is
can
not a
just put-
question of should we, should we not, it's a question of how we want to pay for it, and I think that's. We're in agreement on that, let's focus on how we're going to pay for this. Is it a phased in plan, is it, some other mechanism, is. Someone buy a winning lottery ticket last night that. I don't know, but that's. If we can agree that it's something that should be done, then let's focus conversation about how.
I
I
agree.
agree with that, so.
Personally. And looking at how it's structured. I think a 3-step process. May make a lot of sense. And that would be. A third, July 1. A third, January 1, a third, July 1.
That's what we're talking about. We're talking about the police pay proposal right now. Is that what
Talking
we talked?
about both plans.
Okay, so this one. Here and this one,
Correct.
okay. So not the other sheet, okay.
You got a full motion, so moved.
All right, I made that motion.
I'll say. Sorry.
Well, hold on. So that's the 1.2 million that you have there. Okay. What about the other employees, the remainder, which includes
That's the 5%.
the 275% for the remaining employees? Are you gonna include that? You're gonna add that to your 1.24 at the cost, at the price of 270, so that would bring that up to what? 1.51, 1.52?
Does that have to be in this motion? Can that be a separate motion?
Sure.
All right, from a
Yeah.
public safety standpoint, I move to do a third, a third, a third.
Ask a question, please.
Yes, sir.
I'm just curious, so that absorbs 3% for public safety for what would normally be the cost of living for all three, for a year and a half, all this year and the next half of next year, correct?
I think it would, yes. I think it would have to, because you're doing it essentially in one
Yeah, I was
year.
just asking,
1 year, yes. So
Now, if there's a COLA in the subsequent year,
that's what it's on.
in next year, this would not be included in the COLA. This is
Okay.
getting level set. If
So
there's a COLA next
2027,
year,
2027, 2028 is what would be.
correct.
Okay,
Yeah, we don't want to,
You'd be,
we don't want to fix it
eligible.
just to fall behind again.
yeah,
that's what I was
you'd
asking.
be eligible for COLA next year.
so fiscal year 28.
Right.
Yeah, all right. So really, you're just splitting this into two.
A third,
Well,
in a year and a day.
It'd be two, it would be two, that, in the case of the police, it would be $2,000 July 1 of this year, $2,000 in January 1 of 27, and then $2,000 plus any
Whatever.
COLA on July 1, 2027.
I think,
Okay.
I think for 20, what I'm hearing is 26 and 27, we're looking at funding 66 and 2/3% of
Right.
those numbers up there.
Which is,
And the following year will be the other third,
2, 2, and 2.
plus if there was,
2, 2, and 2. Yeah.
if there's COLA the following year, that includes as well.
which is roughly 1,230,000, about a third is about 615.
Okay, so yeah,
Okay.
So this is what the motion is for this slide here and this slide here. But,
the summary slide for the public safety.
Yeah.
but, oh,
That one right there.
Yeah.
right, oh,
And I don't feel like we're the same council that's gonna be sitting here next year, so it's not a.
yeah, I'm just trying to understand it. So when it says full implementation at 590. Can you,
That goes back.
that, I see that,
That
yeah, I
goes-
see it,
Please.
right, that's their pay increases, not new personnel.
That's correct.
They're correct.
Okay,
So we're gonna fund 2/3 of $1.8 million or $1.2 million in this fiscal year, 27.
okay. And then the 40% and 50% below that.
Ignore that.
Those were just options that I put out there.
Ignore that.
All right,
I didn't choose the right number. I should have chosen 33%.
okay.
Well, 66.
And then the fire is the same thing. And that's this pay, how does this pay? Is that a percent? Is that, because the first one has this one off for the 6,000 with friends, but the next one doesn't have what the pay increase is.
It varies.
That varies
Yeah.
on the fire pay scale that Brent can share with you if you would like. They have a whole big spreadsheet with all of the options.
Yeah,
and
we would
credentials.
basically, if it's the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, we would start filling in those spots until with the full implementation. And we wouldn't leave anyone out during that process either. We would make sure that everyone gets something along the way. So, we would basically just split it up over time.
Okay,
Okay,
so that's 1/3 by what was those dates again?
July 1. January 1, 27, July 1, 27.
Mr. Mayor, can I just ask that we adjust that to be the first full pay period in July?
Perfect. Yeah,
Thank you.
since it's not a lump, so.
Discussing that, how does that?
Well, you've got a motion.
No,
We haven't got a second.
I second it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right, gotcha, okay, sorry.
We're still talking.
Gotcha, okay.
How does that? Putting it off like that until January 1, how does that affect the expense of it?
Well, essentially, actually funding half of it in the fiscal year and half of it in the next fiscal year. So if it were $1 million that you were looking at for the year and you fund it in January, you're only really incurring that cost for 6 months, which is a half million. Example.
Just a slow absorption rate?
Yes, we've done that a couple of times with COLAs and some other things, merits that we implemented there.
So let's just use the police. July 1st, we're funding $2,000 until January the 1st, and then we're funding $4,000. For until July 1 of next year.
Yeah.
Then you're funding $6,000 plus the COLA. If there's a COLA.
Yeah, between the second half of this year.
Yeah.
All of 27, they'll get a $6,000 raise.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
All right.
Now, hold on, let me think. Let me think procedurally. Because you're bleeding into a new fiscal year.
That's what I was thinking.
Let's
Make it the last pay
amend that
period
motion
of
to
June.
make it the last pay period of fiscal 27.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you have to.
Because if you make it effective July 1st of 27, you're now obligating funds in a new fiscal year that you can't do unless we're adopting a 2-year budget. But it's probably likely that you can do that, but I'd rather you not. So let's,
Let me restate the motion. The first pay period of July of the new fiscal year. The first pay period of January in 2027. And the last pay period in June of 27, a third.
So they're already started at the.
I was second.
Yeah.
So it will be implemented over the course of the year.
Yep.
Everybody feel good about that?
Yes, sir.
All right, and again,
Year, we do.
this is giving direction that will be incorporated in the budget ordinance and subject to 2 readings and public hearing and all of that, so. I'll go ahead and call for the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Now, in regards to the other staff, I think a phased-in approach could help soften the blow as well. Does anybody want to propose a phased-in approach on that?
Are we talking about the COLA?
The 5%.
Yeah, unfortunately, my opinion, I'd like to keep it at 3 and then we just kind of see how the year is going and do a end of the year bonus or whatever again, if that's possible.
We might have to do that or discuss it in executive session.
Okay.
I'd like to give this 5. Start it now.
I would move that we take it 5% for the next meeting
Hold on.
for discussion purposes,
Yeah, okay.
broken up over the next.
There hasn't been a motion yet, we're just.
Okay, all right.
We're just
Yeah.
verbalizing.
Before you make any motions on that one, we need to come back to this.
Good, yeah.
We ain't gotta wait.
We still need to know what the other side of it is. I can handle the expense side, but I need to know what the revenue looks like.
What do you mean?
Where we're gonna get it from.
We need,
I've already counted for all the revenue.
we need the 1.8 million.
We're, the 1.8 million here.
You
I have a-
want 2 million,
What,
No.
Yeah.
No, between the
Pretty
both, it's
much.
right,
1.8.
2/3 of it.
the last one.
Well,
only
yeah.
would be a-
Yeah, that's true. Well, no,
Well, no, yeah, you need 1.2 because. Actually, no, you need all of it because it's still gonna be funded in with budget year.
Only the last pay period, so
Yeah.
you need 126 of that last
yeah.
$600,000.
So you're asking us what?
How you
You don't want to know much.
We need we need $1.2 million.
Proposed.
No, where,
Staff
because where did,
proposed
because you,
solution.
because in your budget here, you only had a COLA in.
Correct.
We would have to, it would have to be the general.
You're gonna have to pay for this with recurring dollars.
I mean,
Yeah.
this is why, yeah, I get it. So I get it. So like, we want to say yes to everything and you're like,
Yeah.
you gotta make the hard decision.
It's easy to say yes.
I agree.
So now you're saying, okay, I get it now.
I'd love to have a strategy laid out by staff. on How to do that.
Well, they've given us all this. I don't.
I know, but we haven't given them this type of information.
If I had a magic ball and I knew exactly what my business license revenue was gonna be and, unfortunately, the only little historical data I have is from, last year. We're doing that right now. Building permits, with the economy,
Keep,
How are our revenues looking right now? I just don't remember as far as just the property tax revenue, for example, compared to.
I think we're on target. We don't have as much cushion as I might like to have there, and, JJ was gonna send me his estimate for next year. I haven't gotten that yet from him. But I suspect I won't be happy with that because he's very conservative. He might be more conservative than me.
Come on.
Impossible, isn't it?
So we don't want to pay recurring costs out of anticipated,
Right.
yeah, additional revenue. It's
So-
It's just a gamble because
So,
it just.
So
so this draft is only a 3% COLA for everybody, all the.
correct.
That's correct.
Correct. Keep in mind that the $2 million in excess cash that we're using, y'all have agreed to continue seeding and funding the capital fund,
Right.
which we've already gone through. This would be a new spend in recurring funds that you've got to fund.
Right. So then,
So your options are to, at this point, assuming that our revenue projections are correct and they don't change, in other words, they don't go up, your options are to add revenue or cut something out of the general fund or some combination.
will there be any new sale of real estate assets in this fiscal year?
You don't want to spend, you don't want to use, well, unless you use that to fund capital expenses, one-time expenses, but
That'll generate
but
revenue.
we don't have any, the only property sale that is pending is the park and ride. And we're waiting on the
Yeah.
environmentals to come back on that.
More for the folks who build.
But we know that property is gonna have to be. The stuff that's buried under the lot is gonna have to be mitigated either through our own expense or through a discount. Potentially to whomever we sell it, or if we go forward with the sale. And what is the contract on that? GW?
$750, I believe.
$750 on the park and ride.
But-
We need to start moving forward on that Lincolnville property. Get our appraisal, see what we can.
That's not solving this.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
that's
that's
not this
my money. What if you, I mean, and you've already, then, I mean, we're spending all of our money on the public safety building, so then maybe we can only do 3%.
No.
I mean, I'm talking about the woodland, the money that we're coming in, the,
Oh, the
the that
woodlands,
much, yeah,
yes.
that's what I'm saying.
Yes, that's been earmarked for public safety as a part of the budget that we all approved on that, yeah.
I mean, y'all put together this draft budget and you've kind of said we can afford 3%, and that's what you put in because that's what we can afford it. Right? Is that right?
Right, and now we're messing with that.
And so basically, you're saying we can't afford more than that. Unless we come up with another way.
Correct.
Correct.
We can't afford the tennis courts and the other stuff, we just put it in two.
Which those are.
Those are capital items.
Have
Those are capital.
we
Yeah.
maximized our use of other fees or staff and everything? Or is there still
And we've got several
hospitality
grants.
tax and other, have we maximized our use of those for eligible?
I think so. There's probably a little bit of Parks and Rec revenue, but not significant amount that I would wanna hang my hat on, that her revenue will increase because of other things that we've done in the general fund.
Are we doing everything we can in terms of like business licensing, getting all of those businesses and getting more revenue there?
You still have outside firm.
Well, here's what I would propose. If we factor this in to our next meeting, I guess in April at some point, and have our final math on what this implementation would cost. Very final. And if you have any ideas, throw them out there. And then what that delta is for what we create.
No,
Maybe there's some opportunities for us to feel more confident in what's coming revenue wise than you guys are.
and if we've got, do some sale of assets and then that generates some additional hospitality and accommodations and things like that. In the next annexation, if that goes through.
Different bucket.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
let me go ahead and say what everyone's not saying. Please to know. Yeah. Can you please come to us with a recommendation on the millage increase that it would take to implement this change?
5.5 mils.
Well, let's crunch the numbers first. I know that you're gonna be close to that target, but. Let's go ahead and do that. Listen, there's no magic wand.
No.
Right.
You're either, and at the end of the day, a government's job, parks are nice. Everything is nice, but at the end of the day, it's our job to take care of people. Public safety, at the end of the day, is our primary function. So we either get comfortable with the fact that this might, maybe. involve
JJ made a great presentation
Where?
on people we're not paying for what we're doing.
No,
It's our employees that are paying.
and I just want to verbalize that so nobody is surprised. You're all comfortable with that or you're not comfortable, with it, but that's the only question on the table right now.
I'm not comfortable with the millage increase.
I'm
I
not
think
either.
there's a lot of other things we can cut before.
You're open to suggestions.
Yeah, that's why we're here, all ears.
I think that's a great way to lay it out.
I mean, if there are cuts anybody wants to, if you have cuts you want to lay on the table, let's hear them. That way we can include it in this analysis.
Well, I mean, I
that's
have
why we're
to
here.
dive into every single department's budget, but I mean, there are always cuts. I mean, everywhere, there's always cuts. I mean, when things get tough, you cut. I mean,
Sidewalk fund would go a long way.
well, the sidewalks fund already cut.
All right.
That's an argument for y'all to have.
Yep.
Saying though, we're wanting to cut all the things that we hear people complaining about and raise the millage for pay raises. That's not smart. We need to find a way, figure something out. I mean,
Also like to make a suggestion that since we're talking about personnel issues, that we have this very hard conversation in executive session.
I agree.
Well,
So that we can talk specifics.
if there are personnel performance issues, yes, we can have that in executive session. This discussion, we cannot have.
Correct.
We cannot discuss figures and budgets and that kind of thing in executive
you
session.
look
That
at
is
the-
not an eligible executive session topic.
Positions that we added,
But if there are performance issues, then and y'all have concerns about it, let's have individual conversations first, and then we can have conversations in executive session about that. But in terms of,
So we're talking about,
in terms of this, but in terms of this right here, we can't talk about this in executive.
no,
That's not eligible.
that's not.
If that's, make sure everybody understands.
as far as positions go, we only added seven positions in this year's budget, correct? As it
Yeah.
500,
Something like
Yeah.
1,000.
And most of those are public safety.
Yeah.
Are there any
Chief,
that grants are running out of, that for any position that we're running out of grant money that we're picking up?
No, Josh has done a fabulous job. I don't know how many people on the top of my head that he has grants that fund. 19?
Now, we will in a few years, when
There's 35, but
the
everything
cost
else is
grant,
recurring.
yeah, there's 5, but everything else is, we get every year. But we got time on that, don't worry about it.
A bridge the gap, but we can look at increasing permit fees.
There are stormwater, and we haven't even got to stormwater.
Yeah.
Stormwater is facing a deficit, and we're gonna have to make decisions on that. We have some major deficiencies in the stormwater system, and DES is riding the department, and we've got to make some answers. We've got a consultant that we're gonna engage with to give us an assessment to help us navigate through the issues that DES has dinged us on, but we cannot allow our MS4 permit to be threatened. Which if we don't address these things in the stormwater department, these deficiencies, then that will be under threat. So that's another conversation we'll have to have. We haven't gotten there yet.
I mean, sometimes it's baby steps, like we're adding retiree health insurance. What if we just made and we do the 3% and do just a little bit more pay raise, like where it's not as much. But you're saying we don't even have that ability.
We can do anything that you all are willing to pay for.
You come to us with a recommendation of a combination of millage increase,
other
fee increases, permits increases.
Sure.
more heavily on the other.
And I'll
I would
visit.
rely more upon the people who are coming new to the town and not the people who have been here for 50 years.
Yeah.
Can I say something you're not going to hear? especially you, Mayor. Why are we not charging for people in the parking garage? And what's gonna happen with the new parking garage? That's money.
Guaranteed, that's not gonna fly.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're only town around.
That's better than
We
a
we
millage
gotta pay for
increase.
everybody
That ship sailed.
and
I'd
if
rather
we don't
that.
charge
Millage
everywhere,
I was just asking.
it's a nightmare.
People aren't gonna use that garage, they're gonna park elsewhere.
Yeah, there's
You're looking for hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars, not tens of hundreds.
Yeah, but it all.
tens of thousands.
And unfortunately, yeah, that's the problem that we're dealing with from pushing this off for so long. It's catching us.
Correct.
I know I stood in his shoes and asked for raises for many years and got told no, and then got told we're gonna decrease millage on top of that. So this is where we are because of that. Sorry.
Okay, do you have what you need now?
Chief,
That's the work to do.
just looking at positions.
Yeah.
Positions for both of y'all. Is there any thoughts on those positions that can help you as well?
I mean, I could do without the 3 battalion chiefs.
I mean, eventually they're gonna need them. but you probably
Eventually,
need them now.
yes, it's another
But,
can we're gonna kick down the road, but
Yeah,
to implement, I would rather implement this faster than get those 3 aboard.
I'll sacrifice my one person.
yeah, that's what I say, you
I
go.
already sacrificed
Yeah.
to 2 or 3
Chief
anyway.
Wright's already taken out all the rest of them.
So, that's $90,000 you can have.
So
Yeah.
the three people that he's talking about that we could sell, that's which one? That's not under the capital.
That's what 3 battalion chiefs there. And
That's 4 people out of your 7.
Is that in the 4 people?
All of the personnel includes all,
Okay, well.
most
that's
of the,
a lot.
most of the requests. Well,
But I think.
that's why we're having this conversation is to kick these ideas around and then we'll put it together. and bring it to you.
I'm not opposed to how important.
How important it is to these people to get the
Yeah,
raises.
so
for-
he's willing to sacrifice more people to pay his people better that he has. So that's great.
No, I don't think so. We're cutting from public safety.
No, he's saying that's for the new state. He doesn't need them right now.
I mean,
I mean,
I think they
I
all
need
do
them now, but.
I mean,
But it's who do you need
and you
more?
want them in to get with the culture and get to know people before they open the station.
That's how you should.
I
do it.
would rather not fund them and then, or fund them and then 10 more people leave because we didn't increase their salaries.
Right.
It's a lose-lose. Now, yeah, I have 3 more battalion chiefs, but I just lost 10 more people.
See, these
I'd
guys.
rather
both-
keep
you're
10
both right.
people
Both.
and then leave the battalion chiefs aside at this point.
These 2 guys, what we're asking them to do. Just to kind of put in perspective for you, these 2 guys run our public safety, which is the backbone of our city government. We're asking them to choose the worst of 2 evils. That is what we're asking them to do.
Are those 4 people for the new fire station?
We haven't even gotten to that yet. No, ma'am.
So that'll be added on to the ones that we don't hire this year.
Sure.
Those four positions is about $222,000.
Just to have people for the new station is 12 people minimum.
It sounds like we needed to cut cost on that public safety building.
That's safe.
None of that, the public
That
safety
is-
building does,
Money from other things to pay that.
Nothing-
It's still-
general fund dollars are not being spent on the public safety building.
We.
General fund dollars are not a part for the public safety building, are not a part of this general fund budget, which is where these positions are being funded from. No general fund monies are being spent on the public safety facility.
Okay, but we also taken money from we transfer into the general fund. We also sell assets and transfer them in. We have hospitality. I'm just saying, this is not good.
So I think we're looking at a combination of increasing fees and permits and some millage increase as a proposal.
We have substantially all of our property tax income now, or we'll have, so we can, I'll look at that again and see if there's any room in where I landed for property taxes.
Or we could just run our government like the federal government does and just
That's a terrible idea.
Yeah.
We don't have the ability to print money.
No.
I didn't think we do that.
And the state constitution doesn't allow you to run a
There's a board in
deficit,
that.
so,
I wish the federal constitution did.
yeah, no kidding.
But we can plug it. We can plug it.
So I'll just say one more thing, it's okay. And I see both sides of everybody saying, and I appreciate, you know, you gotta look at everything objectively. The one thing I hear a lot from other agencies is that we use better than 80% of all our budget for personnel, for staffing. They don't seem to understand how we get away with it only having just over $2 million in operating, being as large an operation as we are. He has just over, I think I'm just over 2, you're at almost 2.
1.7.
And people don't understand, that's training. Every officer, they don't even get training every year because our budget's so small for training. And we have to buy ammunition for every time we shoot, all these things. We didn't add a lot of things up into our budget for the past couple of years for operations because we put them towards personnel. So I just want to say that because try running an organization that has over 160 employees with just a $2 million+ operating budget. That's not including the capital, obviously, but it's a very hard sell for people to believe that we are out of training money in January when the year ends in July, because training is so expensive, and that's just not helpful to us. So just want to put that out there as a caveat to what y'all are talking about.
And that was JJ's point. They are not paying even for safety.
Was the last millage increase in 21?
Yeah.
At
What year was
22,
that?
wasn't it?
Yep.
22.
So 4 years ago.
That's what is right on, I got here.
And I guess people don't take into account that inflation's hitting them. Well, it's hitting us too. I mean, just the gas in all these vehicles is a big hit.
Yeah.
I would-
Everybody.
I would expect that we will be lucky to break even in this fiscal year simply because of the hit that we're gonna take on some of these operational costs, fuel being one of them.
Any other discussion? We have tough decisions to make ahead.
One of the other things that JJ brought out too, and I know it doesn't help us today, but I think, I like to try to plan long-term and think long-term, but if there's a way that local option sales tax can become a reality, that certainly gives us another funding
Yeah.
option. And it helps our citizens because it reduces the tax.
Is that something you think we could get the county to seriously consider?
It's failed how many times in our county?
3 or 4.
Yeah,
But every school bond referendum gets passed.
correct.
Recreation gets passed.
And
And it must be marketing. Maybe people aren't marketing. I don't know.
you're paying it to Berkeley and Charleston.
Correct. Yep,
We were having an impact fee step, which I guess.
we're about to talk about, aren't we?
The impact fee study is not gonna help you.
No,
No,
it's not, it's just not gonna help.
It may possibly hurt us.
So, all right, we've heard, unless there's, because they're making recommendations that we're not super happy with right now, but we've got a meeting with them coming up. Staff does. So you guys have already committed to taking those positions off. Thank you. That's helpful. We're looking at, again, by my math, a little over 1.8 million. That helps. That brings us down to 1.6 over the next 12 months, starting July 1st of this year. So we will work in pursuit of squeezing more revenue out where we can and see what out of the existing pots, and then bring to you what we think the deficit remains to be, and y'all can make those decisions in April. Let me say this. At that April meeting, And if we're going to have first reading in May, which I would like for us to do, but in order to meet the public hearing notice deadline, we've got to get the notice, which will have the potential millage on it by April when?
23rd.
23rd to the newspaper. So I would just say we've got to have, if we want to stay on our timeline, which we don't have to do, but if we want to stay on our timeline to have public hearing at the May council meeting and first reading, we would want to have this question resolved at that April 16th meeting, April 16th. Everybody check your calendars, please, while we're there. And, or at a minimum before April the 23rd. That's if we want to stick to that schedule, but we don't have to.
So April 16th would be the meeting date.
Yes, yes.
I may have a conflict.
I have a conflict with the SCAPA conference at our town hall.
You did a 14th?
Why would that interfere with the council holding their budget?
I mean, the mayor was supposed to speak,
Oh.
open it.
I can't do the
Well,
16th.
Okay.
Much earlier is really squeezing.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you do the 23rd?
No,
Because that's the day we have to have.
we have to have the notice to the paper by the 23rd. Because it's a 15-day period, you have to have it in the, you have to have it published, yeah.
What time's the welcome?
I mean, I think it would probably be about 9:30
All right.
or 10. I don't have the exact.
Yes.
yet,
April
but
21st? Or no? Or the 20th?
Tuesdays are just a little tough because everything has to be published by 9 o'clock Monday morning, and that just, I feel like that. There's just not many days between now and then.
With these issues down, the meeting doesn't need to be a full day.
Right, no, I agree. You're exactly right.
Absolutely. I mean,
The 15th?
I'm speaking at a national conference all day of 16th.
Next day is nuts and bolts.
Yeah.
Like on the 15th,
15th?
Wednesday.
Yeah.
I'm over.
I'm open. Game on.
Tax day?
Tax day.
Oh.
Do you have,
If you don't mind.
That's not even funny.
do you have, when you were estimating our tax increase, Rhonda, were you looking at all building permit, everything that's kind of being built right now?
I did get a list of the COs and
Yeah.
kind of did a little estimate. Obviously, there's not, contract values is what I'm going off of.
Right.
And we've talked about that, is that I don't have a way to know what appraised value the county's gonna come in at.
Yeah.
But I feel like, I think I ended up with about a 5% increase in tax revenue with it, which is in a non-reassessment year is a little bit aggressive. And remember, all those things in the TIF don't come to the general fund. So
Right.
look at all that development over in Sawmill, that looks really cool, but it doesn't come to us in the general fund. And Oak Brook TIF doesn't either.
What if, like, you looked at sale of assets like real estate for the next 3 years, and then from there, you should have had a lot more. We should have just the natural growth of property taxes to cover after that. Can we do that?
I mean, a larger project takes a good, I mean, it takes more than 3 years to come to fruition. I mean, when they buy the property, they still gotta do all the design review, the permitting. By the time they're actually building, you're already 3 years out pretty much.
Our property tax estimates are based on historical performance. So, I mean, that's already built into that. What you're suggesting is already built in. What's been our average growth in property taxes over the last 5 years? That's built into this estimate. Beyond that, you really can't predict. And especially if we go into a recession, which if we don't straighten up what we're doing right now, we're heading in that direction. Now, hopefully the resiliency of this part of the state will prevent that from happening, but you just don't know.
And one of the risks that we haven't, hasn't been a tremendous hit to us, but is the multifamily that's moving to nonprofit status. Our legislature, state legislature hasn't done anything to prevent that, but that could be significant for us.
But, yeah,
I'm sorry,
Mills like $60 a year.
pardon?
5 mills, is that like $60 a year
On
per
a,
household?
On a $400,000 house, it's $6 a mil.
and if we. Okay, but if we focus on selling some assets, and I'm just pulling at straws, but I'm just trying to think, but is focused on selling some assets for a few years. And then you had, really had an aggressive economic development plan between donut holes and, I know Interfor is gonna be coming and, some other commercial strategic annexations. I mean,
there's definitely long range, income potentials. But our operating expenses are gonna go up as well.
Yeah.
And I don't wanna spend those kind of dollars today is risky.
Yeah, and just on the annexation of donut holes, we looked at that a long time back. If we do that, we are gonna lose a lot of money. Yes. Back then, it was
We're still
anything,
spending
anything
the
under
money.
250, we lost. And those areas, for the most part, use most of our fire and police areas.
All right.
But I guess just my opinion on what they're looking at. I'm not in favor of taking their people. I think they should get the raises. The decisions to do things like that is why we are where we are. And if we have to raise taxes, we need to take care of things now, so it's not every year. We need to have a budget that's livable and sustainable.
All right. Council members? Any other topics? You have what you need from us
On this.
partially?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have our marching orders.
To be determined on the motion.
And April 15th is, y'all have all agreed, we'll have our next budget meeting and we will secure a location to do that. The last two things, again, want to keep this in front of you. So that it's not a surprise. This is I don't know how many times we've talked about this, but I just want to make sure everybody continues to keep this in mind. The Blythe construction claim that is likely going to come as a result of the Maple Street project. They sent us their last sharpened pencil was $4.8 million, but we're working with the county to try and identify funds that can help mitigate that claim. Dominion Energy still is potentially looking for us to find $1.3 million to cover our half of the installation and the moving of their infrastructure out of the way of Maple Street. And of course, we have the Gadsden Dam still hanging out there. Ryan has he's picked a contractor. Who are you gonna have come look at it? Which one did you decide?
I think it's Cranston.
Cranston is gonna come and put his hands all over the dam. And we are going to effort a temporary easement with Jennings Smith to try and get on there and at a minimum assess and give you a number as to what that might cost. So those are three things that are hanging out there. I just don't want you to forget about them. I don't want you to be surprised by them when and if we come to you looking for a solution there.
I don't think you'll let us do that.
I've got the solution.
And the last thing, what else do you want to do?
I think
We're there.
I don't want to speak for our council here. but I don't think we have any more juice to squeeze. I think we over squeeze.
As I like to say, the late great Jimmy Jabert said, I think you've done enough.
Yes.
This has been a bit of a emotionally draining.
Just as a reminder too, I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but I will be bringing stormwater and sanitation to y'all. Those margins have gotten thin and we need to really look at what we have in those areas and see if our fee structure is reasonable or if they need to be increased in that respect.
And after today, I'd like to ask that you look at doing that 2-year budget.
Okay.
Matter of fact, that might make it my last budget this year.
Greenville County does it. They do
I'll
a
do that.
biannual budget.
All right.
I'm looking to adjourn.
Second. We have a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned.